Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 36. The moment I stepped over the golden rope, my foot touched the ground. It felt like I'd entered a special field in a game or something. The fog vanished as if by magic, revealing the scenery around me. But it's huge. Under the full moon, the field in the mountain was far larger than I had expected. A massive field sprawling over the ridge. The dark, deep green swayed quietly under the bluish moonlight. Yet there was nothing peaceful or pleasant about it. It felt ominous, unsettling. A strange scent lingers here. He was right. And among those swaying green plants, I noticed clusters of small, red berries. Wait a minute. Ginseng. It was, wasn't it? Is this a field of ginseng? Wait, ginseng is typically cultivated by people, but this didn't seem to be human-grown. Wild ginseng. All of this is wild ginseng. No way. I quickly scanned the field and saw a sign posted at the edge. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Millennium. I immediately turned around, intending to cross back over the golden rope. Mr. Roe, dear. I'm outta here. 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. It's like opening a friend's pencil case to borrow a pen, and finding it filled with gold bars instead. Just as I was about to cross back over the rope. Honored guest. Honored guest, please don't leave me. A faint, trembling voice called out, with the sound of soft sobbing from behind me. Slowly, I turned my head halfway. The ghost bound to the tiger is coming to take me. A terrifying tiger will tear me limb from limb and spit me out upon the earth. Please save me, please. One of the berries in the field wobbled, as if waving at me. Then, realizing I was looking, its leaves drooped dejectedly. Ah, my time has come. I will be shredded with nothing left but fragments of flesh. I turned fully to face the wild ginseng plant. The bundle of berries shook vigorously in response to my gaze. Better to be consumed by you than to be taken by that wicked tiger. If you take me, boil me in a large iron pot, your illnesses will be cured, and even elderly parents will rise with newfound strength. Come to think of it, in folklore, wild ginseng was often depicted as a benevolent, mystical being. A gift given to those of good character. I knelt down in front of the trembling wild ginseng. Honored guest. I reached out my hand to the wild ginseng, but then straightened up again. Liar. The berries froze. Then, as if the ground were quaking, an ominous, raspy voice erupted. How you saw through me, you worthless thing. Yep. This place is called Sangun Nim's burial ground. Have you heard the tales that spirits do everything backward? And here I was, in a place haunted by spirits and ominously named a burial site. There's no way that wild ginseng growing in a place like this would be normal. I wouldn't be surprised if its properties were entirely reversed. I expected this. TDC's Hadawi. The wild ginseng started to wriggle and rise from the ground. Its half-emerged form, glowing a sickly, bluish-purple, looked like something straight out of a zombie miniature. It even began coughing up something dark and reddish like blood. I prepared myself for this, but it's still terrifying. You will be buried too. You'll be buried here and become ginseng, your limbs chopped so you can rot. Feel the agony of living Deyath. The surrounding leaves twisted like tentacles, extending roots out of the soil, writhing and reaching toward me. Yua. Without hesitation, I immediately grabbed something from my waist. A Snow White's apple. This item has the peculiar effect of inducing a sleep akin to death upon consumption. So what was I supposed to do with this? I thought it would be hard to chew an apple in an emergency anyway. I'd ground it into juice in advance. Splat. I took out a sealed pack of juice made from the Snow White apple and splashed it generously over the field in front of me. The wild ginseng. He, that won't work, you fool. I shall rip your limbs asunder and... Thud. Fell into a deep sleep. Snow White's apple. Its effect was as reliable as ever. Carefully, I stepped closer. The half-buried, grotesque ginseng lay motionless on the ground, completely knocked out. It was a strange sight, like a cockroach lying flat after being hit by bug spray or a cat or dog dozing peacefully, belly up. Oh, rude, but that was quite an amusing character. How about taking it as a souvenir? Normally, I would have thought he was crazy. But I cautiously examined the ginseng. It had talked, shown emotions, tried to deceive me, and calculated its actions. Something like sap even seemed to be flowing through it. So if that's the case, isn't it a sentient being? I'd found it a substitute sacrifice. So you gathered all the materials, prepared the ritual, and for the sacrifice you're planning to use this strange wild ginseng. Is that correct? Yes. The people in the abandoned house looked utterly dumbfounded after hearing the abridged version of what Kim Solium, currently posing as security, encountered outside Tilda. Maybe I summarized it too much. But there was no helping it. I couldn't explain exactly how I de-managed everything, so it ended up as, anyway, I got everything. I still feel a bit uneasy about bringing back the wild ginseng, but it's easier on my conscience than randomly picking a person to die. I had no idea whose land this belonged to, but if it was a real issue, Braun would have raised an alarm. Trying to keep a natural expression, I looked around at the others. They were still gawking at me, switching their gaze between the materials and the wild ginseng. But they seemed to buy it. Wow, as expected from the security team, handling even things like this. Not quite. Feeling a bit guilty, I glanced over at the actual member of the security team. The security sergeant lay among the middle schoolers, looking thoroughly bored. Somehow, the kids had started chatting with him, as if they'd already introduced themselves. Hey, you don't look that strong. No, I'm super strong. The kids were laughing, seeming a bit more at ease with more people around. Section Chief Lee Byongjin, checking the materials, glanced anxiously between Go Seonha and me, then gulped and said, So we're all going to the shrine now, to perform the ritual. Yes. The shrine is nearby, so as long as we move carefully, it should be fine. Nothing happened when I was there last time. Go Seonha, with a tense expression, looked back at me. By any chance, when you went out, did you visit the shrine too? Yes. Taking advantage of Braun's ability to erase my presence, I'd even burned the peach branches. I'd nearly screamed a total of three times from nerves. Then that makes it easier. Just walk quietly, don't make a sound, and move quickly. As long as we don't make mistakes in the fog, we'll be fine. Understood. All right then, let's go to the shrine together. The time has come. After taking a moment to steady our breathing and prepare ourselves, we lined up in front of the closed door. Kids, you mustn't stop, just keep walking. Okay. At Go Seonha's words, the kids, looking terrified, nodded. Then, reassured by the adults, they pressed their lips together tightly and fell into line. But why am I the one standing at the very front? Everyone, why are you naturally moving to the back? Did I simplify the story of gathering materials too much? It seems they think I'm some kind of fearless, resourceful genius. Ah, please. No one would believe me if I said I'm terrified right now, would they? Well, I guess it's still better than being at the very back. With resignation, I opened the door once more. Creak. Once again, the mountainside, shrouded in darkness and fog, appeared before us. Inhale. SHH. The kids, looking terrified, clamped their mouths shut. We began moving slowly, as quietly as possible. Crunch, crunch. With each little sound, our footsteps quickened. I could feel the oppressive tension surrounding the group, as if at any moment the Changui might call out to us from behind and begin to chase us. Friend, there's no need to rush too much. Remember, in case of emergency, this Braun is always by your side. And thankfully that emergency never came. Through the darkness and fog, the old tiled roof became visible. A worn-down shrine, with red and blue tiles tilted at odd angles. We had arrived. Thud. Phew. Everyone's here, right? Those who had safely entered the shrine took a moment to catch their breath. Finally, the security sergeant, who had been lingering, closed the green paper door made of traditional hanji paper and locked it. Section Chief Lee Byongjin hurriedly attempted to stick a talisman he'd picked up from the floor of the abandoned house onto the door, but Go Seonha stopped him. That might interfere with the ritual. Let's just leave it as is. We just need to finish quickly and get out. Why, you're right. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to look around the shrine. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the shadowy outlines became clearer. Inside, it was eerily clean yet very old. Between two rusty Maitreya statues without heads was a broken incense burner. Above it was a slightly worn wood block. So that must be the wood block detailing the ritual. It's quite atmospheric. Following Braun's whispered narration, I read aloud what was inscribed on the woodblock. The human with the sturdiest mind and spirit should step forward to conduct the ritual. Well, that's definitely not me. Hey, seriously, don't look at me. I turned my gaze naturally toward the security sergeant. The other two followed my gaze as well, but I can't do it. Pardon? I said I can't, don't make me do it. Oh, understood. Section Chief Lee shrank back, then looked over at me. I stared back at him. Please go ahead. Why, yes. Even if he's traumatized, he's got more guts than I do. Section Chief Lee stepped forward, his legs trembling, only to turn back with a look of alarm, glancing between Go Seonha and me. Wait a minute, Mountain Hero. Go Seonha's eyes widened as well. Write the song for Sangha Nim. Yes, that's it. Even if we have all the materials without that song, whether it's a children's song or a folk tune about tigers, we're stuck. We have it. One moment. I called the middle schoolers over. Then very politely I asked, Kids, you mentioned you were on a school trip, right? Yes. Did anyone keep listening to music on the bus, or know a lot about celebrities? The kids exchanged glances before motioning toward one student without bangs. I quickly turned to that student. What's your name? It's Lee Nayan. All right, Nayana, I need to ask you something. I tried my best to put on a friendly, trustworthy expression. All the adults in the room had question marks on their faces. What exactly are you doing right now? There's a popular idol song that mentions a tiger in the lyrics, right? I looked at the adults. They all had bewildered expressions. But are we even allowed to use, pop songs for this? Like an idol song? We can. I held up the ritual note Go Seonha had written down for me. If you look, it only specifies a song. It doesn't say it has to be a folk song or nursery rhyme. This isn't some kind of internet creepypasta where we have to choose songs that fit the eerie atmosphere. There's no reason or need to pick something that matches the tone of a ghost story. Human bias had limited the options. Oh, I turned back to the student. So Nayana, do you remember any songs that mention Sangha Nim or Tiger, something like that? Nayan's face immediately brightened as she answered. There is Saint U.S. Peekaboo. Perfect. There's also a song by VTIC, one. Do you know the full lyrics to either of them, and is it a well-known one? Yes, I know Saint U.S. Peekaboo. Okay. I turned back to the adults and made a firm declaration. We'll use Saint U.S. Peekaboo as our song offering for Sangha Nim. Take this idol song, O Mighty Tiger. In the quiet shrine, Section Chief Lee Byongjin stepped forward from the shadows, his trembling hands dropping ashes into the incense burner. They were ashes from the burned peach branches. First, the one performing the ritual should step forward and place the peach branch ashes into the incense burner, then inhale the fragrance. Gently close the lid of the incense burner and open it again once the scent has faded. With shaking hands, the section chief closed the lid of the old, broken incense burner with its equally worn cover. After a few seconds, he lifted the lid. Amazingly, the ashes had vanished. In their place, a single, intact incense stick was burning. A faint peach scent wafted from the small, twig-shaped incense stick. If the incense is burning, it means Sangha Nim has acknowledged your devotion. Oh, everything's proceeding as planned. Excellent. The smell was strong, so Go Seonha covered her nose and took a step back. The section chief hurried on to the next step. Second, open the door made of hanji paper. Slee-eyed. Through the open door, the dark forest came into view. The kids huddled behind the adults. Crush 3 plums in a brass bowl and scatter them under the floorboards. Throw the remaining bowl to the east and never look back. I handed 3 plums to Section Chief Lee. He crushed them with his fingers in the brass bowl and scattered them onto the dirt. The overpowering, sweet-sour scent rose up. Go Seonha, who had been standing back, stepped forward, sniffing and looking a bit relieved. Then she motioned to Section Chief Lee. It was time for the third step. Third, prepare a song to offer to Sangha Nim. The more well-known, the more effective it will be. Section Chief Lee carefully rolled up the prepared lyrics sheet and placed it in the drawer under the incense stand. Write the lyrics down, place them under the incense stand, then sing loudly, clapping with each step and bow every 30 steps. One by one, everyone stepped out through the open door. Section Chief Lee began singing the lyrics the student, Lee Nayan, had shared with him. Peekaboo, here I come. The middle schoolers joined in, singing in chorus. A song offered to Sangha Nim. Note S. One St. U and VTIC are idol groups featured in the author's other hit series, Debut or Die. Right arrow curving left. Sorry in advance for butchering the lyrics of the song. I've got no talent for poetry or lyric writing. Chapter 37. St. U.S. Peekaboo. According to the middle schoolers, this was the final album by a famous girl idol group that made a grand comeback a few years ago after a long hiatus. The song was upbeat, addictive, and cheerful, lingering on the music charts for a long time. Now that very song echoed through the dark, fog-filled forest, accompanied by clapping hands in rhythm. Clap. My sharp gaze catches you in an instant, but I don't plan to make the first move. I'll wait patiently, pretending I'm not interested until you approach. 'Cause predators never move first. Even the adults clumsily joined in, trying their best to sing along. Clap. All right, get ready. I'm the elegant tiger waiting for you to come closer, peekaboo. The lively, energetic melody continued. Maybe because everyone was singing together, the kids' expressions began to relax, and their voices grew stronger. Peekaboo, here I come, so get ready. I'm the tiger. My eyes sparkle even in the dark. Walk along the path while offering the song, with the sacrifice at the back of the line. But at the end of the line, instead of a person, a tiny purple wild ginseng dangled like a little bundle, swinging as it hung from a stick. The security sergeant held the stick over his shoulder as if it were a garbage bag, with the ginseng swaying at the back. Gosianha kept glancing at it suspiciously from the side, but the ginseng itself seemed to be enjoying the song, humming along cheerfully. Peekaboo, I'll entrance you, make you lose your mind. Peekaboo, so get ready. Clap. I signaled for everyone to stop. The 30th step. The group paused, then awkwardly bowed deeply before standing back up. The song continued. Peekaboo. The narrow path gradually leveled out, making it easier to walk. When the song ends, so does the path. When you find a small snake hole in a place with no grass, express gratitude for Sangha Nim's mercy and reach inside. Make sure your hand is covered in the well water mixed with salt. By the time we reached the final chorus of the second verse, the surroundings began to change. The trees that had been packed so densely were thinning, and the fog grew even thicker. Everyone sensed it instinctively. We're almost there. The expressions on their faces were a mix of tension, anticipation, and caution. But they remained calm, singing the song to the very end. Peekaboo, so get ready. Clap. And with that final line. Now I'm coming closer. Our footsteps halted. The path had ended. Ahead, the narrow trail opened into a wide clearing. There are no trees. Our steps quickened, and through the thick fog, the final result of the ritual appeared before us. Now the snake hole should be. It was a massive reservoir. What is this? An expanse of dark water stretched before us, the fog endlessly rolling over its surface. The group halted, faces filled with confusion and terror, as if they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. There was supposed to be a snake hole, but what is this? What was going on? What went wrong? I looked at the ginseng the security sergeant was carrying. It was still there, perfectly intact. It should have disappeared, right? Gosianha, her face pale with fear, murmured. Water ghost. The words I'd heard a few hours ago rushed back to mind. The Changui are ghosts cursed by tigers and bound to serve them, but, historically, the term also referred to water ghosts. It was a trap. The ritual itself was a trap. We were lured by the water spirit. We were all led here, right to the reservoir. Section Chief Lee screamed, stumbling backward as he tried to run, only to trip. The children began to whimper, clutching onto each other and screaming in panic. I felt a chill down my spine, nearly falling to my knees. It was like being in the final scene of a horror movie, where every character faces impending doom. Are we really going to die here? No. At the very least, I needed to understand why. I couldn't think of any mistake we'd made within the information we'd been given. Even considering every exploration log I'd read from the dark exploration records, nothing indicated we'd gone wrong. A sense of frustrated disbelief overtook my fear. Gosyanha's panicked voice echoed in my ears. Turn around, let's run back to the abandoned house. Wait. Hold on a second. I turned to Gosyanha. Do you know something? What? The abandoned house is a trap too. What? Think about it, isn't it strange? Slowly, I pointed out the intended contradiction of this ghost story. It's strange, don't you think? We're lured into this place by the Changui, yet we're supposed to feel safe in an abandoned house with protective talismans that supposedly keep the Changui out. And that same house just happens to contain a ritual for escaping, conveniently spelled out for us. This was exactly why interpretations of this abandoned house were split in the dark exploration records, Wiki's comment section, but I was almost certain now. This story was designed from the start to slowly drain people's sanity. The intended reasoning went like this. They lock people up in this abandoned house during the full moon, pushing them to their limits and weakening their spirits. It dangles the hope of a ritual in front of them, leading people to endure a state of mental breakdown while clinging to that hope. That makes it easier to lure people in. And the most decisive part, if they make a mistake during the ritual, all the better, but even if they don't, it doesn't matter. I looked at the wild ginseng. The process of choosing a sacrifice is bound to create conflict, leading to at least one dropout. They're guaranteed to claim a sacrifice. Of course, the ritual is real. That way, people are more desperate to cling to it. After all, this is the dark exploration records. You can't just throw in too many convenient plot devices. It breaks immersion and ruins the suspense. The ritual itself has to be genuine. That's why I had full confidence in performing it, but that only raises more questions. I've read a lot of ghost stories. In fact, I've read every single ghost story uploaded to the dark exploration records. Some were hard to get through, but reading them became part of my daily routine at work, so I've read them multiple times. In the process, I picked up a few bits of obscure knowledge. Here's an example. Peach branches are commonly known to ward off spirits. And plums are a favorite fruit of the Changui. That's probably why both of these materials were required. Lure the Changui to the shrine, and while it's there, the person conducting the ritual uses the peach incense to escape. I looked up. But then, isn't it odd that someone here seemed uncomfortable with the peach incense and overly drawn to the plum? Among 7 people, only one kept staying close to the security sergeant at the back of the group, as if wanting to keep as far away from the peach incense as possible. Gosyanha. I looked directly at her. Are you sure you're speaking of your own will? What are you implying? It's possible that the real Gosyanha may have failed the ritual in the shrine long before she ever met us. Isn't it actually the Changui that's speaking to us through you right now, Gosyanha? The group froze. You figured it out. Gosyanha's mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. But it's too late. Her arms began to elongate, reaching out toward me with a strange fluidity, trying to grab and pull me closer. ACK. I rolled to the ground, dodging her outstretched arms. Behind me, the screams of Section Chief Lee, and the children echoed in terror. Ola. G-Ghost. Instinctively, I pulled a knife from my front pocket. This isn't a full Changui, it's a person possessed by one, which means I might be able to subdue her. But I realized something. I can't get close enough to use it. With a short-range weapon like this, I'd have to get right up to a possessed person's face. I already feel like I'm about to faint. But my brain, running on adrenaline, instantly found the right person for the job. Sergeant. I tossed the weapon toward the figure standing behind me. Please subdue her. Whoosh. The blood-sucking knife cut through the air. The security sergeant caught the knife, and after a brief glance, immediately lunged at the Changui-possessed person. Hihiri. Gosyanha's face and arms twisted into a bizarre, hideous form, sprouting the distorted features of countless men, women, and children, arms, faces, strands of hair, and eyes pointing in all directions. Please help me. Weak. Get back and close your eyes. Section Chief Lee scrambled backward with the children, huddling on the mountain path. Can you hear me? Somebody help me. At that moment, the security sergeant's appearance started to distort too. A monstrous form. His once slender upper body swelled to an enormous size, his mouth extending into a snout with a tongue that lashed out, brutally snapping the Changui's long arms. Ewag. No, it was an illusion. The security sergeant looked just like a regular human. But then again, he seemed like some monstrous creature. Wow, this is insane. I managed to shift my focus. The reason the security team was so adept at handling the darkness. And the reason they weren't part of the field investigation team. It was becoming clear right in front of me. Equals. Security team. One of the 3 teams under the security division of Daydream Inc., a major department featured in the dark exploration records. This team is comprised of employees who have been so heavily tainted by certain anomalies that they are no longer classified as human. Employment is for life, and resignation is impossible. Equals. Did you know? If you're no longer classified as human, even if you clear a ghost story, the dream essence collector won't be filled. There's no investigative value in it. That's why people who have practically merged with ghost stories, becoming almost monstrous themselves, were assigned to the security team. Especially those affected by particularly violent or territorial ghost stories. It hurts. They're assigned to the security team to handle significant issues with company-managed darkness. And if he's the sergeant of that team, he's no different. In short, he's an employee specialized in confronting the monsters within these ghost stories. Gaora. The Changui's many arms were torn apart by the sergeant's jaws, claws, and teeth, stretching from his maw like a monstrous, serpentine tongue. Drooling saliva and blood dripped from the mouth that had transformed into a wolf-like snout lined with countless fangs. The illusion flickered in and out of my vision. Wolf. For a brief moment, I saw the illusion of countless teeth in his elongated jaw, dripping with saliva and blood before it vanished. A wave of dizziness and nausea washed over me, and I quickly averted my gaze to the ground. This feels like a nightmare. I began to understand why the security team always evacuated people when they subdued ghost stories in the dark exploration records. Despite the risks, things were progressing smoothly. Keep your eyes closed. I urged the others as I kept my gaze down, bracing myself. Then, in the next moment, "Oh, Mr. Rowe, dear, it seems that peculiar guest you brought one." It was over. When I looked up, the Changui lay on the ground, the blood-sucking knife embedded in its right hand. Standing over it was the distorted, monstrous form of the security sergeant, gripping its head tightly. Good riddance, a brute right to the core. If this had been my show, I'd never let it on as a guest. I'd never been so grateful that only I could hear Braun's voice. I mustered a calm voice and addressed the sergeant, who was still gripping Gosianha's head. "Thank you, Sergeant." "Urgh." He says he's tired. How rude. You're scarier for translating that monstrous growl. But then, at that moment, a faint, muffled sound came from under the sergeant's hand. It was a human voice. "W8, please." Somehow Gosianha's face had returned to normal, her expression one of pure terror as she moaned weakly. "Please help me save. Leave this child here." "Ozahi." Her eyes rolled back, and the Changui's voice took over again. "Only you need to die, Right. You deserve to die. You killed people. You tried to kill the children. I know everything. You deserve to die." Gosianha struggled. No. Just leave her behind. Leave her, yes. Please save me, ah. At that moment, "Tell me," the sergeant's voice, now sounding human, asked, "did you formally request emergency rescue from Daydream Inc.?" I couldn't see his face beneath the monstrous form, but his voice clearly posed the question directly to Gosianha. "This is an official request requiring a signed contract. Isn't that right?" Something about it felt off. Gosianha, dazed, looked up, then seemed to snap back, responding in a desperate tone. "Right. Wait. No, it is." I intervened, forcing the words out. "This darkness isn't under Daydream Inc.'s jurisdiction. We didn't enter to rescue civilians, and more than that, there was mutual assistance on both sides." Huh, weird. The sergeant's voice dropped, dangerously low and growling. Wasn't she trying to prevent us from escaping? Gasp. That doesn't matter, sir. In the end, she helped us. I spoke firmly. Which makes this cooperation. The sergeant stared at me, then looked down at Go Seonha. Is that so? Maybe that's correct. SRRRK. His voice relaxed, falling back to its usual tone of casual indifference. Who? I'd intervened because something felt off, and it seemed I'd made the right call. It's best not to get entangled with Daydream Inc., especially to end up indebted to them. Just the thought gave me a terrible feeling. So what should we do now? One moment, please. I approached Section Chief Lee Byongjin, who was standing back with his eyes closed, holding on to the kids. He flinched at the sound of my footsteps. Eek, are you here to take me instead? The incense burner. Hand it over. I took the incense burner from him. Although the peach incense had already burned away, the ashes remained intact inside. The Changui didn't like the peach branches. If that's the case, I poured the ashes over Go Seonha's shoulder. Sizzle. Though the ashes weren't especially hot, the smell of burning and salt filled the air as smoke rose from her shoulder. I won't go, I'll cling on again, I'll cling on. I poured the remaining ashes over her head. Her body, possessed by the Changui, convulsed wildly and then. Gasp. Her eyes flew open, filled with clarity and relief. It was Go Seonha. I am okay now, I think I'm fine. No, you're not. Excuse me. This is a place we were lured into by the Changui, so there's a chance it could come back for you any time. Then. Let's make sure it can't possess you again, just in case. I had brought an extra pack of the apple juice with me. I handed the sealed pack to Go Seonha. Drink it all at once. I insisted, and although she looked confused, she reluctantly took it and began gulping down the juice while lying subdued on the ground. And a moment later, she slumped over, falling into a deep sleep like the ginseng. Phew. At least that's taken care of. You can let go now. The security sergeant released his grip, and with a faintly amused voice, asked, Thinking of switching departments? No, thank you, sir. Please spare me. After thanking the security sergeant once again, who had thankfully returned to a more human appearance, I went over to check on Section Chief Lee and the kids, who were still tightly shutting their eyes. You can open your eyes now, it's safe. Relief washed over Section Chief Lee's face, but he quickly shot a worried glance at the kids and whispered to me with a desperate expression. But now what? How are we supposed to find the way out? Dawn is almost here. I looked up at the sky. Through the hazy fog, it seemed like a faint light was beginning to filter through. The full moon was nearly setting. There's no time to redo the ritual. But we'll be fine. What? I believe we succeeded in at least half of the ritual. I remembered how the path changed with each step as we sang, and how the incense burned properly. Everything we prepared was correct. The ritual, strictly speaking, had two purposes: to avoid the Changui, and to seek an escape route by appealing to Sangun Nim. It seems we fulfilled the second purpose, while the first purpose failed due to the Changui's possession of one of our group members, bringing us close to the water's edge. Maybe there's an exit somewhere nearby. We clustered together and began searching in the dense fog, moving away from the water's edge toward the open clearing closer to the mountain. We searched around where the ritual path had ended. If you find a small snake hole in a place with no grass, express gratitude for Sangun Nim's mercy and reach inside. Make sure your hand is coated in well water mixed with salt. A place with no grass, a place with no grass. And then, a few moments later, I found it. One of the middle schoolers spotted a small hole under a tree. A shaft of moonlight pierced through the fog, shining directly onto the dark hole as black as ink. The snake hole. I quickly had everyone dip their hands in the salt water, not caring about the fear or hesitation that gripped us. Hurry. Just before dawn, we each reached our hands into the snake hole. Chapter 38. The first thing I felt was dampness. Squelch. As I reached into the snake hole with my saltwater-soaked hand, a peculiar coldness, like submerging my hand in ink, washed over me. Then I was pulled in. The suction that began at my hand soon engulfed my entire body. I can't breathe. It felt like wet paper was wrapping tightly around my whole body, suffocating me. My vision spun, dark and dizzy, until finally. Gasp. With a sudden gasp, I was able to breathe again, as if emerging into cool air. I opened my eyes. Instead of stars, the neon lights of a provincial city stretched out before me, twinkling against the autumn night of Korea. I survived. I was back in reality. Who? I tried to stand, but my legs were shaking so badly that I almost fell. Dark red ink was dripping from my feet, trailing onto the ground. Following the ink trail with my gaze, I saw an old piece of hanji paper with a faded ink wash painting smeared and blurred, lying on the ground. It was as if, after countless years, the image had faded entirely, and new ink had been splashed over it, leaving barely any recognizable shape. That must have been one of those cursed paintings, connecting to that insane mountain. Shuddering, I quickly tore my gaze away and turned to check on the others scattered on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 7, everyone was here. It seemed the painting had spit them out right after me. Are you all right? W, we're outside. Section Chief Lee Byung-jin looked around, then yelled out in shock. W, we made it, we're alive. Then, filled with relief and gratitude, he turned to me and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. You saved yourself, Section Chief. You were the one who carried out the ritual after all. So immodest, I'm ashamed. Section Chief Lee bowed again, looking rather moved. I figured it was best to let him believe it was humility rather than flattery. Oh well. The next ones to come to their senses were the middle schoolers. As I helped them get their bearings, I listened to their surprised chatter. This place, it's where you were supposed to stay on your school trip. Yes. Now that I looked around, it did resemble the description they'd given of the gazebo behind our lodging. So we all got spit out here. It was lucky we didn't wake up in that strange office in the basement of the company. I reassured the kids who were hugging each other in relief, crying, and ready to run straight down the mountain. Be careful where you step. When you get down, find an adult and call your parents, all right. But the kids looked nervous, hesitant to leave. Aren't you coming with us? Well, they had a point. Whether I was treated as a hero for rescuing them or mistaken for a kidnapper. If I went to the police, the company probably wouldn't be thrilled. As long as the kids get back safely, that's what matters. I slowly shook my head. We need to go somewhere else. You just keep going straight down and don't look back. Just in case you trip. Okay. The kids seemed to muster some resolve, nodding with determined faces, and carefully started down the mountain, relying on each other for support. Good. Since it was a well-maintained path on a shallow mountain, it would only take them about 5 minutes to get down. As I watched them go, ensuring they were safe, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Excuse me. It was the security sergeant, who had already gotten to his feet and was slightly swaying as he held out the stick with the greenish wild ginseng still attached. Hey kid, take this. Oh. The sergeant held out the stick with the unconscious wild ginseng dangling from it. I mean, we could have just left it there. Still, I took the ginseng without protest. The sergeant turned and started walking away, trudging off with heavy steps. Where are you headed? The office still on duty. But we're in Jeonju right now. TN, a KTX ride from Jeonju to Seoul is about 2 hours and 40 minutes, while a bus ride would be about 4 to 5 hours. By the time he gets back, his shift would probably be over anyway. In any case, I followed him since I also needed to get back to Seoul, carrying Go Seonha, the exhausted university student, slung over my shoulder. I'll drop her off in front of the police station on the way. Then, at that moment, both security team officers need to return quickly. I'll follow along then. Isn't it only right for me to accompany you as the missing person you found? Let's go together. I glanced at Section Chief Lee Byung-jin, who was scrambling to catch up, looking every bit like a sycophant afraid to lose his backup. Well, now that we'd escaped, maybe it was time for him to know the truth. And after everything's settled, I'll stop by your department to properly thank you too. Haha, where exactly does the security team work? No. Even if you come to the security team, you won't be able to meet me. Huh? I'm with the field exploration team. A heavy silence followed. But your clothes, you're in a security team uniform. It was just lent to me. With that comment from the security sergeant, Section Chief Lee's face became a mix of confusion, and then, after a moment, he seemed to piece things together in his mind. I see so, but you don't seem familiar, don't you get administrative support? Maybe you're in a special team, and that's why you're in the security uniform. I'm a new hire, sir. D-Squad's rookie. What happened afterward was handled fairly quickly. All the way from Jeonju back to the company, Section Chief Lee kept muttering lies under his breath. However, when he reached the office and verified my personnel records, he was left in stunned silence. But surprisingly, he didn't immediately change his demeanor. Why not, though? I thought he'd immediately dismiss me as a newbie in the lowly field exploration team, but instead, he continued to behave respectfully, although he did make some effort to act more casually, dropping a bit of the formality. Solium SSI, did you hear? The kids and the university student, they got home safely. A few days later, he informed me that the survivors from our escape had been registered as civilian survivors at Daydream Inc. They probably received a decent amount as compensation for their information, too. In a way, it's ironic how it really turned out to be a stroke of fortune for them. Yeah, life can be funny, right? And ironically, it was good fortune for me as well. So anyway, Solium SSI, from now on, you can just count on me. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Section Chief Lee quickly pushed through my manual evaluation process. Only for me, though. Is it really okay for him to act like this after taking an unauthorized week off? Well, it was a good outcome for me. The scroll that served as a portal for the Sangun Nim ghost story was swiftly collected by Daydream Inc. as a darkness under its jurisdiction, and my unique method of escape was officially accepted as a new procedure in the manual. Even my previously pending application under A Squad for a manual revision was quickly approved. The balance in my bank account now read, Manual revision bonus, 100 million. Insane. It was a staggering amount, enough to make my hands tremble. Now that 2 manual revisions had been approved, this unexpected sum appeared in my banking app. Even though it was a cash payment rather than the standard points allocation, this amount was certainly enough to make anyone do a double take. Maybe I should take advantage of this friendly manual evaluator and tackle as many new darknesses as possible. But venturing out alone to encounter various ghosts and monsters was a daunting thought, so for now, I should put this 100 million to good use. Where would be the best place to spend it? I already knew where a portion of it was going. About 30% had been allocated to the source of this whole ordeal. Congratulations, Braun. Ooh. Bloodbath tub, 29,999,999. Equals 29,999,999. Purchase complete. Fortunately, the bloodbath tub was still available in the alien shop, so I could fulfill the promise I made to my animated plush friend. I wonder if it'll come by rocket delivery this time, too. I recalled the postal service box that had mysteriously materialized in midair last time. As far as I knew, the bloodbath tub was a large, 4-legged tub, about the size of a typical household bathtub, with decorative gold legs that gave it an elegant look. But imagining it landing in my small studio unit. Maybe I should order it from the bathroom. In any case, I decided to push my bed and desk aside to clear space, then press the order button right here. There just wasn't enough room in the bathroom. All right, time to place the order. Exciting, my heart is pounding with anticipation. In the dimly lit room, with only a flashlight as illumination, I finally clicked the order button, carrying on a conversation with a small little plushie that, of course, had no heart to pound with excitement. SSSHHHK. Just like the previous times, the space seemed to tear open, and my anticipation grew. But the tear was smaller than expected. With a soft plop, a package fell out. It was also small. I opened the postal box, which was barely a quarter of the size I expected, and found the product packaging inside. Bathtub of Youth, Foot Massage Edition. So that's why it was so cheap. Come to think of it, since it was a ghost story item from a home shopping creepypasta, it probably had a variety of editions and versions. Although, as far as I knew, most versions were just fun variations with little functional difference, except for a few rare ones. I never thought they'd make a footbath version, though. It came with a gold embossed sticker and a warranty certificate, hinting that it was some sort of special edition. 10-year free AS warranty. Utterly pointless. Who's going to request customer service on something like this? But I decided to open it anyway. There were no records in the dark exploration records of anyone touching a bloodbath tub and having their blood involuntarily drained after all. Inside, packed in a box as elegantly wrapped as a luxury item, lay the object itself. The bathtub of use, also known as the bloodbath tub. It was a glossy, black and white checkered tub that appeared to be made of shimmering ceramic. Its elegant curves were supported by golden, feline-shaped legs, giving it a refined look. It's quite impressive, if you ignore the fact that it was a footbath. Someone with just the right size to fit in it, however, was evidently thrilled. "Mr. Rodeer, please put me in there, with some bath salts." "Wait, if it's a blood bath then? You mean you want my blood as the bath salt?" "Precisely. How perceptive of you, Mr. Rodeer." This crazy little. For a brief moment, I wavered between reasoning with him or bolting out the door. "Haha, I'm joking, friend. With no audience or cameras here, I'd never make such a demanding request of a friend. But what about if there was an audience and cameras?" I kept that thought to myself. Desperate people have to bite their tongue sometimes. Still, I couldn't resist saying one thing. "Please, no more jokes like that. They're not funny, they're terrifying." I understand. Humor is a cultural delicacy, and it's always important to handle it carefully. This is what carefully handled looks like. Anyway, back to the main point. There's already a perfectly suitable alternative for bath salts in this space, isn't there? Let's see if our Mr. Rodeer can figure out what it is. Something in my place, I glanced around. He couldn't possibly mean Baek Sahian, the guy in the next room. No, let's not even consider that. I tried to think of other options. Then, my eyes landed on something that had been sitting on the corner of my desk for the past few days. Reluctantly, I pointed at it. This wild ginseng. Excellent. Yes, it was the corrupted, purple wild ginseng I had unknowingly taken from the Sangun Nim ghost story. I guess you could call it sap, or maybe something more like blood did seem to flow through it. But for days now, it had just looked like a regular wild ginseng with an odd purple hue. My plan was to feed it more apple juice if it ever woke up, and if that didn't work, just donate it to the company. But surprisingly, it hadn't stirred at all. All that tension waiting for it to wake up at sunrise that day was pretty pointless. Braun had even commented, "I doubt it will ever wake up again. After all, weaker creatures tend to play dead when they sense danger, do they not? Maybe getting pulled into the real world from the Changuis, Sangun Nim's burial grounds, had traumatized it. Anyways, friend, if it concerns you, I'll keep an eye on it." And so far, there hadn't been a single problem. So, was he suggesting I use this ginseng? That could work. Without any supernatural possession, it was just a juicy piece of ginseng. Besides, I was genuinely curious to see the bloodbath tub in action. It's kind of fascinating, isn't it? I had some curiosity of my own, which is probably why I sometimes snuck peeks at the creepypasta wiki during work breaks. There aren't many creepypastas I can safely observe, even if just in images. Using ginseng juice instead of blood could be a unique opportunity. Ooh. I grabbed a pair of rubber gloves and scissors from the kitchen. The plush monster beneath my bed spoke in a low, excited voice. "Now place me in the bath, please." Wait. There was something I needed to clarify. This bath is for rejuvenation. Do you really need to be rejuvenated? I mean, you look young enough. I wanted to point out the absurdity of a plushie needing such a concept, but held back. Braun, however, let out a hearty laugh, crisp as if it were a pre-recorded sound effect. "Ha ha ha, you're seeing the concept of rejuvenation too narrowly, my friend. Don't worry, you've got a fine conversationalist here to explain. In fact, rejuvenation means the return of spring in Hanya. In other words, it means to regain the prowess of one's prime. For some reason, I'm feeling rather heavy and unbalanced these days, so this bath is exactly what I need." "But you're a stuffed toy." and the tub's description clearly said it was good for healing wounds, recovering energy, treating arthritis, and enhancing skin health. I dunno anymore. If he insists this much. In the creepypastas I've read, there wasn't really a case where a plush doll with a friendly spirit would turn on you after being treated well. The disasters always happened when they were mistreated. I decided to stop overthinking it. It was unnecessarily scary. With rubber gloves on, I held scissors in one hand and the wild ginseng in the other. Let's try it out. And with that, I reached for the bloodbath tub. Chapter 39. I took a deep breath and recalled the instructions for the bloodbath tub. First, fill the tub with warm water. 1. Add clean water to the tub as much as you like. Bathtub of Youth, Foot Massage Edition, is a product that does not support automatic water filling. As instructed, I poured enough warm water from the sink into the tub to submerge a plush doll. Then, this is where the main process begins. 2. Once the water is filled to the desired level, pour at least 200 ml of fresh blood over it. The fresher the blood, especially from a healthy and lively subject, the better the effects. The very idea that such nonsense was written in a polite and friendly font seemed absurd, but thankfully I had a substitute. I lifted the wild ginseng. With scissors, I cut off one of the medium-sized outer roots. Dark purple sap, nauseating to look at, oozed from the severed root. I was immensely grateful for the rubber gloves I wore. Careful not to touch the sap, I placed the severed root against the edge of the bloodbath tub. And then a remarkable sight unfolded. Bubble, bubble. The sap that touched the water began to froth, releasing a fantastic aroma. The nauseating, dark purple sap transformed into a rich, beautiful, rose-colored cream that shimmered brilliantly. It was bizarre and mesmerizing. The luxurious and inviting bathwater that anyone would be tempted to step into was now prepared. 3. Submerge your body entirely in the bathwater and enjoy the experience. The Foot Massage Edition also restores vitality to the entire body. An eager voice came from beneath the dark bed. At last. The laughter of the plush doll. Ah, there's no need to carry me, Mr. Roe dear. Just don't turn around. I froze on the spot. Behind me I heard a sound. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps. No, was it the plush doll? The sound resembled a man's heavy, rhythmic leather shoes, slightly lively yet weighty. It passed right behind me and stopped. Then came the sound of something splashing into the tub. You may look now. I turned my head. The plush doll, soaked in the bathwater in the small tub, floated there with its unchanged, smiling, mascot-like face. Braun. There was no response. Of course, there wouldn't be. Talking face-to-face with a plush doll wasn't something possible in reality. But I knew it was listening. Well, I'll clean up the wild ginseng for now. Enjoy your bath. I placed the wild ginseng, which had stopped oozing sap, back on the desk and turned to look at the tub, recalling the records of those who had used the bloodbath tub. Usage record 5. In the process of cleaning up the remnants of a bath bomb of a tenant, a half-Caucasian man in his 20s, the landlord, a man in his 40s, inevitably dipped his hand into the bathwater left behind. This lasted for about 30 seconds before he emptied the tub. Immediately, the skin and muscle tissues of his hand regressed to the condition of his mid-30s. Signs of vitality were observed throughout his body. That same night, he attempted to flee with the bloodbath tub in his car, but was apprehended. Nothing like that seemed to be happening here. Maybe it doesn't work on dolls after all. I should grab a towel. As I turned toward the dresser. Ooh. A voice. I turned my head. From the seemingly empty tub, faint sparks crackled like an old TV screen short-circuiting. Light is entering my powerless limbs. Flash. The shadow of the plush doll loomed large over the tub, as its small arms were raised triumphantly. What was that? Mr. Roe dear. Don't call me. This is such a fascinating artifact. Ha 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 ha. I swallowed nervously as I watched. Could he really be regaining power? There was no record of the bloodbath tub's rejuvenation effects extending this far. This was unprecedented. More bath salts, pour in more. Bath salts. Without thinking, I grabbed the wild ginseng from the desk. Arak, this punk don't grab the wild ginseng. Mercy, noble one, spare me, please spare me. Ak fucking hell. Startled, I reflexively threw the wild ginseng. Thunk. The wild ginseng landed straight into the bloodbath tub. It seemed to realize that its sap was being transformed into fragrant bathwater and let out a desperate scream. Elia. But that was all. The wild ginseng didn't seem capable of causing trouble as before. Whether the bathtub's mysterious power was suppressing it, or Braun had done something, I couldn't tell. A desperate cry echoed. Please spare me, noble one. Noble one, I was wrong, I was wrong. I'll do my best, I'll serve you. How rude and noisy. More sparks crackled from the bloodbath tub. It resembled a TV screen with its signals scrambled. From within, the booming voice of an irate announcer rang out. Slice its neck, friend. Silence it, don't ruin this scene. I straightened up. Without looking into the tub, I said, You don't have to go that far to quiet it down. There's no need for such extreme methods. In a show, a single moment or timing can dictate all the reactions and feelings. But this isn't a show, is it? That is. The electricity sparking from the tub began to subside. You're right, yes, that's true. Phew. I almost ended up registering this under the bloodbath tub's irregular usage records. Not that the situation wasn't already ridiculous. From inside the tub came a pitiful, sobbing voice. Thank you, Savior. Kind benefactor, please, now get me out of here and save me from this ruthless monster's hands. I crossed my arms. I never said I'd save you. Who ends up as the victim in the middle of a ghost story. It's always the kind-hearted person who lets their guard down at moments like this. When a ghost starts crying and you get soft-hearted, that's exactly when something scary happens. At times like this, you must stay calm and act firmly. I stared at the wild ginseng abandoned in the tub, past the ceramic edge. If I save you, how do I know you won't cause trouble? A sobbing sound followed. Then in that case, how about this, a field? I'll tell you about the rare treasures around the field where I lived. I don't need it. It was bound to be some cursed, haunted item anyway. Then. I sighed. Just prove you won't harm anyone, stay quiet. The wild ginseng fell silent. At least I'd bought some time. A few minutes passed in a tense silence, though possibly enjoyable for Braun. 10 minutes. That's how long I had been keeping track when. That was a fine bath. Is it over? I was about to turn my head, thinking I might need to lift Braun out of the tub. Ah, splendid, thank you, Mr. Roe dear. The plush doll's voice had turned sly. For waiting until my bath was finished. Bang! Gaia! A thunderous noise and a scream erupted from the tub. This insane. Wait a moment, friend, don't move. If anyone sees this plush body stuffed with cotton, I'll die of embarrassment. You promised to save me, you promised. Haha, but Mr. Roe dear said he never made such a promise. Wait. I finally ran to the tub. I thought I heard someone clicking their tongue, but it vanished as soon as I leaned over the tub. What I saw was the wild ginseng, cornered, thrashing about wildly while shaking itself like crazy. The ginseng's berries looked half-crushed, as if it had been kicked, and its roots were mangled as though someone had tried to squeeze the sap out of them. Save me, save me. The wild ginseng seemed completely drained, its berries' movements slowing. Let me go. Let you go. I reached into the tub with my gloved hand to examine the wild ginseng. It's not tied down or anything. Save. As I followed the ginseng's plea, I felt vibrations in my hand. Vibrations? Now that I thought about it, every time the wild ginseng spoke, I felt this kind of pulse in my hand. It wasn't odd, considering its voice was a form of vibration. But something did seem strange. Its roots aren't moving. Now that I thought about it, even in the field, only the leaves and berries moved when it spoke. The roots merely stretched out like infected tendrils. If that's the case, I instinctively grabbed the ginseng and plucked off its berries. At that moment, yes, the berries vibrated wildly before bouncing out of my hand. It seemed overjoyed as it spun in midair. Freedom, freedom, the tiger's jaws are gone, gone. Thank you, benefactor, thank you. The berries began to fade, its shape flickering until it turned into a glowing light, floating upward and eventually disappearing out the window. Was that the real body? Oh no, it escaped, what a shame. Phew. Such a lowly, deceitful creature, constantly changing its story, should never be given another chance. Is that so? Well, next time, let's make sure to agree on things beforehand. Even in moments requiring quick decision-making. If no one's life is at stake, yes. Understood, friend. It sounded a bit sulky, but at least I got a promise. Satisfied, I let it go. By the way, look at this. I've rejuvenated quite a bit. I looked back into the tub. There was the plush doll, now oddly shiny, soaking in the water. The once damp cotton stuffing now seemed to glisten for some reason. Oh, somehow it did look a bit more expensive now. Should I say it looked higher quality? He also seemed to have grown slightly, just as he claimed. It better not get any bigger. The whole point was that he was keychain-sized, so I could carry him around without drawing suspicion. A full-grown adult carrying a stuffed toy bigger than their hand, wherever he went would attract way too much attention. I already stood out enough at the company as it was. I'll think this through before letting him use the bloodbath tub again. Or better yet, I'd just go home before needing to deal with it again. You're right, you do look great. I carefully dried Braun with a hairdryer and wrapped him in a clean towel for safekeeping. When I returned to clean the tub, I noticed something surprising. The wild ginseng root is still here. I thought the wild ginseng would disappear along with its berries, but there it was, completely intact. In fact, it looked even better. The wild ginseng, which had been discolored as though contaminated, had regained its original ivory hue, now clean and pristine. It even smells kind of nice. It now exuded an aura of mystery, entirely opposite to its prior cursed nature. After some hesitation, I decided to keep it and placed it in my desk drawer. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. And with that, it's over. One more ordeal survived. I collapsed onto my bed with a thud. Wow, since entering this ghost story world, I felt like my lifespan had shortened by at least 20 years. I need to rack up points quickly and get out of here. The irony of having to actively tackle more ghost stories to achieve, that was almost laughable. Mr. Rowe, dear. Axe startled me again. My body and speech feel much more fluid now. Oh, but don't turn to look over here. I almost turned but stopped myself, fixing my head back onto the pillow. Braun chattered on. It seems we can now have conversations here without directly meeting eyes. Isn't that a delightfully shy method? Frustrating yet oddly fascinating. Sure, talk all you want. You'll probably save my life again when I enter another ghost story, so. You seem quite tired. Have a good dream, my friend. I passed out as if fainting. It was a deep, refreshing sleep, washing away days of exhaustion. Only to wake up to yet another problem. That same day in the afternoon. While Kim Solium was idly chatting about trivial matters with his superiors in D-Squad's office, a certain other employee closely connected to him was walking down the corridor. Section Chief Lee Byung-jin. Yes, it was that same section chief who had gone missing and been rescued by Kim Solium. Why, yes. The person who stopped him was one of the company's directors. It wasn't exactly a pleasant encounter for a regular employee, but Section Chief Lee forced a bright smile onto his face and politely shook hands. He had no choice. This man was the lifeline connecting him to the company's hierarchy. A direct link to A-Squad, and to the top of the terrifying and mysterious corporate food chain of this company. Director Ho, the director who had called him in the hallway, smiled and asked, I heard you returned after being missing. Are you all right? Oh yes, Director. Thanks to your concern, I'm perfectly fine and working hard to ensure the company's well-being. Haha. The director didn't comment on the obvious flattery. Instead, he spoke softly and calmly. You were lucky. Many who fall into the darkness never make it out. Oh, indeed. I was lucky to have been rescued. Rescued? Did you perhaps receive help from the Disaster Management Bureau? Though the director's tone remained unchanged, Lee Byung-jin flinched. This particular director was notoriously uncomfortable with, if not outright hostile toward, any government involvement. Cold sweat dripped down his back. And no, of course not, A company employee found me. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. Oh, it was a new hire from the field exploration team. A very capable individual, truly. That such praise could come from such a self-preserving man was shocking in itself. The director smiled and asked, "What's their name?" "Oh, Kim Solium, a new hire in D-Squad, Kim Solium." For Lee Byung-jin, saying this took a surprising amount of courage. It was his way of repaying the person who saved his life. Director Ho might be intimidating, but he's a decent superior. As long as you didn't trigger any of his pet peeves, of course. He's a very promising recruit director, truly. And so, unbeknownst to Kim Solium, a connection was being established behind the scenes. Lee Byung-jin wiped his nose with his hand. "Solium, when you find out later, you'll thank me." But no, that wasn't the case at all. In any case, this action by Lee Byung-jin ended up creating a significant butterfly effect. Oh yes, I'll have to remember that name. And just a few days later, something big occurred in the company. Specifically, within the field exploration team. Chapter 40. Don't come in today, Ro, just stay home. I stopped in my tracks on my way to work, having just received a call. It was from my direct superior, 15 minutes before I was supposed to clock in. I'll handle this as an on-site matter, so don't come to the office. I've already discussed this with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Understood, but may I ask why? Well, that's just how it goes for field staff in this company. It's an issue with some darkness, darkness. I could hear Assistant Manager Yoon Hae letting out a long sigh, accompanied by the faint wailing of Supervisor Park Min-seong. It seemed like the rest of D-Squad had already clocked in. All the new hires are being excluded, not just you, so don't overthink it and stay home. What kind of darkness is it? Oh, if you're not directly involved, I can't tell you. Actually, it's better if you don't know. Could it be one of those, the kind where just knowing about it causes problems? Like the infamous informational contamination ghost stories. For example, hearing someone's nightmare only to start dreaming the same thing yourself, or a ghost that relentlessly pursues you until death once you know its name. The idea of something terrible happening just because I'm aware of it stems from humanity's shared primal fear. And if they're telling me not to come in because of it, it must be pretty serious. Still, judging by their tone, it sounded like they were more concerned about a new hire making a mistake than leaving a dying message, so it should be fine. Unless, of course, they were pretending to stay calm just to avoid causing me stress. Either way, I can't go to the office now. If they don't need me, forcing my way there would only cause trouble. That'd be a perfect recipe for disaster. I told them I understood and hung up. Guess I'll clean up the bloodbath tub today and skim through the dark exploration records, wiki about 5 times. But just a few hours later. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Report to work. What is this, some kind of problem dog training program? While I was still stunned, Chief Lizard continued speaking without missing a beat. Be at the main conference room of the 31st floor by 2 p.m. A conference room on a high floor I'd never even heard of before. Wait a moment, I was told not to come in this morning. Has the situation changed? Yes, one of the executives has specifically requested your presence. Excuse me. I'll see you at 2. Please spare me. You're here. At the elevator on the 31st floor, I ran into D-Squad's assistant manager Yoon Hae, who was anxiously crossing her arms. I lowered my voice and urgently asked her, "Has the situation changed?" "A bit, that insane bastard." And with that ominous comment, I was ushered into the conference room, my head spinning. "He's here, employee Kim Solium." "Oh, yeah? You called him all the way to the conference room? Well, just send him directly." A group of superiors, whose exact affiliations I couldn't even guess, were sitting around talking. The moment they noticed me, they fell silent, exchanging glances. The eerie tension stiffened the back of my neck. Why is the office tension always the same, no matter where you are or what the setting? Eventually, their excitement led them to resume their discussion, and I finally figured out why I'd been singled out and summoned to this baffling situation. It was a classic, annoying reason. They're short-staffed. Look, it's confirmed to be a high-grade darkness, but there are civilian survivors. This could be a revolutionary case for sourcing high-quality materials. That's what I'm saying. So why are we having endless debates and more meetings about it? Honestly, Department Head Kang, we need to make bold investments. Who said we're against investing? But this isn't the kind of issue you can solve by throwing a few more rookies into the mix. This guy, seriously. Didn't I say we're short on manpower? Huh. Our research team's manager Quack says so. Manager Quack. I turned my head to see none other than Section Chief Quack Yikeng of the research team, grinning while occupying a corner seat. The very mad scientist who had once thrown his own researcher subordinate into a theme park creepypasta. So his disciplinary action is over. Just looking at him gave me a headache. Isn't that right, Manager Quack? We need more people, don't we? Tilda, that's right. It's obvious that we need to increase the number of personnel to deal with this darkness. Was that guy the consulting expert? I had a strong suspicion that this wasn't about a lack of personnel, but rather about wanting to see the fresh exploration results of a clueless new hire. In any case, guess I'm heading into this darkness today. And if I was being called in with such grandeur, the thought that this would be no ordinary mission sent chills down my spine. They mentioned it was a high-grade darkness with civilian survivors, didn't they? While quickly running through similar cases from the dark exploration records in my head, I tried to calm myself. At least I came prepared. Just in case, I brought everything I could today. A full item package. Introductions are done, so you can leave now, everyone. Yes, understood. Assistant Manager Yoon gave a quick bow and left the conference room with me. Call check. The moment the door closed, she muttered under her breath. How many more times do I have to watch these bean counters, who have never set foot into a darkness, puff up their chests about their so-called strategic solutions? This is why I can't quit smoking. Assistant Manager. What, it's not like they'd hear us over their own bickering. But I can hear you. Those who couldn't even pass the field exploration team orientation test, but climbed up the ladder using their connections and nepotism. Assistant Manager Yoon glanced around the conference room a few times, her face betraying desperation for one long drag of a cig, then let out a small sigh. Anyway, you heard right. We're going into a newly registered high-grade darkness now. So it's confirmed. Not just us, over 30 people have already gone in. Does that include Section Chief Lee and Supervisor Park? Yeah, they're already in. It's going to be dangerous. I won't lie to reassure you. But don't worry too much. You got us all out alive from that crazy quiz show, didn't you? We'll be fine. Understood. I adjusted the strap on my satchel, slinging it across my chest. Is that your gear? Yes, food and other supplies. Looks about a good size. Assistant Manager Yoon scanned my appearance a few times and asked. Nothing that would get flagged during security checks, right? No, ma'am. I made it past the front gate without issue. Though I felt like the cursed wild ginseng could have caused problems, I'm technically not carrying anything illegal, so it should be fine. Still, I wondered why D-Squad wasn't moving as a group today, leaving only the assistant manager behind. May I ask how the others entered? She pointed with her chin, her face expressionless. They disappeared the moment they read the manual. That's the kind of darkness this is. The moment you learn even a little about it, you're pulled in. Who? I haven't read it yet, so I could take you in myself. We'll read it together. Understood. Wow, this is actually going to drive me insane. It'll be fine. Neither of them are the type to die easily. Please don't say ominous lines like that. Let's just pretend I didn't hear that. I took a deep breath and accepted the manual Assistant Manager Yoon handed me. Reading this would mean entering the high-grade darkness. Let's mentally prepare. I read it all in one go. Plus. Greetings. You are currently viewing a manual summarizing information about our exhibition's previous visitors. Plus. Before proceeding, we would like to inform you that you have been invited to a very special exhibition. Plus. A chill ran down my spine. I'm screwed. My eyes squeezed shut. In my mind, a wiki page automatically flashed before me. == Dark Exploration Record / Ghost Story. Manor of the Blind. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification Code, QTurwaB 666. Greetings, dear guest. This text was written to invite you to a marvelous exhibition. To ensure a smooth journey, once you've read this, no matter where you go, you will arrive at our exhibition. Visitation records indicate a total of up to 106 previous attendees in this document. Additionally, any attempts to record information about this ghost story are altered into the format of an invitation sent by the exhibition itself. It is an honor to extend this invitation. A prime example of an informational contamination ghost story registered in the dark exploration records. The kind of viral sensation on video platforms that draws hundreds of thousands of views. The eyeball collector. With a trembling heart, I looked back at the manual. There it was, the exact line I had expected to see. To ensure a smooth journey, once you've read this, no matter where you go, you will arrive at our exhibition. And just as it said, it happened. As I stepped back, I realized the texture of the floor beneath my feet had changed. From the matte office tiles to the glossy old marble. Thug. Slowly, I raised my head. Before me stood a massive mansion, so silent I could hear the flickering of candle flames. The twilight and the glow of candles illuminated the grand, ancient interior in a reddish-golden hue. Numerous displays cast faint outlines in the shadows. Assistant manager Yoon Hage was nowhere to be seen. But I didn't do anything foolish, like call out for her. Instead, I slowly backed away. Then I hid in a corner. Who? Seated behind a sofa, I opened the manual again with trembling hands. Here are some common reviews from 9 visitors of this exhibition, temporarily collected by Daydream Inc. Limited. When you can view rare and diverse collections never seen before. 2. Eating or drinking in the exhibition hall is prohibited. 3. Visitors are advised to maintain standard viewing etiquette. 4. It is extremely difficult to find the exit. The exhibition strongly requests a revision to the final review. The exhibition hall has all emergency exits properly marked. Anyone may stop viewing and leave the exhibition at any time they wish. This was likely true. The problem was that the anyone here didn't seem to include humans. People couldn't properly use the emergency exits or entrances in this place. An exhibition that so casually assumed its visitors weren't human. Humans of the modern era were merely accidental victims, swept into this massive nightmare and experiencing cosmic horror. It was a deeply unsettling creepypasta. Honestly, I never liked it. I couldn't even understand why it was so popular on platforms like WeTube. Friend. Goodness, Mr. Roe dear, are you hiding? Who knew I'd be this happy to have someone to talk to? I half pulled Braun out of my pocket. My, this is quite a fine place. Why not go out and take a look? This seems like a location worthy of being introduced to visitors. Go out there? No way. Oh my, may I ask why not? This appears to be an exhibition run by someone who knows how to extend a polite and comfortable invitation. That sounded exactly like something the host of that murderous quiz show would say to lure people in with postcards. I felt my head ache. Pressing my fingers to my eyes, I stood up from the sofa. It seems you've decided to explore. No, I just want to move somewhere else. I carefully examined the wall, searching for the source of the faint sound of air. Before long, I found what I was looking for, a ventilation duct hidden beneath a dark section of the wall, obscured by a massive vase, far from the reach of the candlelight. A vent. Quietly, I climbed inside, leaving the lock unfastened and held my breath. This was the only temporary safe zone I could recall. From the 5th visitor record. A gentleman testified that he survived for over 5 days by crawling into a ventilation duct and licking the moisture from falling droplets. On the 6th day, an usher found him. We'd like to remind you that our exhibition is fully equipped with guest rooms for long-term visitors. Note, it is deeply regrettable, however we advise against staying in a guest room for the recorded 40th visit. Our exhibition prides itself on offering rooms that match the elegance of our collection and consistently maintains a high reputation. Why hide in this filthy place when there's a perfectly good sofa out there? I ignored the voice. I needed to plan my next steps. How do I get out? No, what baffled me more was why so many people were necessary for this ghost story in the first place. Having a large group enter didn't seem advantageous at all. Wait. Was this scattershot approach because they don't know enough? Maybe it was because this was still the early stages of exploration. In that case, wouldn't the earlier phases of this exploration be recorded in the dark exploration records? I pulled out my smartphone, dimmed the screen brightness to its lowest setting, and lay down to scroll quickly through the dark exploration records. And then, found it. From the 17th visitor record. This record documents an invitation extended by Daydream Inc. to 34 employees from the field exploration team. 7 of them returned home safely. This was it. I was now part of this record, one of the 34 people who had entered during the 17th iteration. And I was likely the 35th person. Only 7 made it back safely. I was about to cross-reference the manual and the dark exploration records for more detailed information when from a distance, I began to hear a sound. The slow, grinding noise of a moving machine. And then, why is it chasing us? Get away, get away. Screams accompanied by frantic footsteps. Thud, 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 creak, thud, rat-a-tat-tat, creak, thud. The sound of something pounding against the marble floor grew closer. Cold sweat trickled down my cheek. Help us no, N-O-O-O-O. Let us out, what? The pounding of fleeing footsteps echoed louder, joined by panicked cries. The sound was right on the verge of reaching me. At least 10 or more people seemed to be running. Behind them, a heavy mechanical noise pursued with deliberate, suffocating persistence. Screech. Thump. A drop of cold sweat fell from my chin. Maybe just one person. In the throes of extreme deliberation, I leaned out of the vent. Swiftly, I grabbed the back of one of the fleeing individuals and yanked them toward me. Practically lifting them into the air, I hauled them into the vent and forced them to crouch down with me. This space can fit one more person, just barely. If they were from the field exploration team, the odds of them being a liability were relatively low. Fortunately, the trembling person seemed to grasp the situation and immediately fell silent. They seemed quick-witted. Wait a second. Baek Deoksu, my roommate from the company dorm. Wearing a goat mask, Baek Deoksu swallowed hard as he crouched in the vent, staring straight at me. I had just saved this punk's life. Chapter 41. A dark ventilation ducked inside a creepypasta. A situation where I had to hold my breath to escape terror. And to top it off, I just saved Baek Deoksu's life. Why you, of all people? What's worse, he was now desperately avoiding my gaze. This wasn't like him at all. Wait a second. A sudden realization hit me. Watch out for serial killers. Was it because I'd been sending him serial killer alerts every day as a friendly reminder? He seemed a bit intimidated. Well, fair enough, it is creepy. Actually, this works out. In truth, that was partially intentional. I hadn't bothered to send those messages anonymously precisely to achieve this effect. Seems psycho, doesn't it? Exactly. Keep your distance, buddy. Given Baek Deoksu's personality, which was clearly strong against the weak and weak against the strong, he'd likely choose to avoid me rather than use this opportunity to eliminate me. Which suits me just fine. The only issue was that, for now, we were stuck together in this vent. I held my breath. Thankfully, Baek Deoksu was also quiet as a mouse. Outside, shadows of people who had failed to escape flickered faintly in the candlelight, shrouded in darkness. Cree-yak thud. The machine came to a halt. In front of the shadows of people cornered at a dead end, something thin suddenly emerged. The silhouette of what looked like spider legs. And then silence. Only the strange mechanical noise echoed. Whoosh! The spider-like silhouette stretched wide in front of the humans. Yak. Through the flickering shadows, 8 sharp and delicate appendages grasped a human torso. Save me, please save me, Thwack. One of the spider legs pierced into the gap in a human's head. Then with a plop, it pulled something out of the head. I already knew what it had taken. An eyeball. That was it. This was why this exhibition was called the Manor of the Blind. Equals equals equals. Numerous visitors testified to the ushers that they had lost body parts, most commonly their eyes, as the first part to go. Equals equals equals. The usher. Encountering that thing here meant having your eyes plucked out. If you met it again, you'd lose a limb, or perhaps your tongue or ears. Eventually, you'd end up blind, mute, and crawling helplessly through the dark exhibition hall, a slug-like, pitiful existence. The fact that this wasn't done all at once made it even more brutal. Ironically, it was because this exhibition was considerate, to the extent that it provided convenience without you needing to ask. Equals equals equals. For your convenience, sensory enhancement devices are always available for free rental. Currently supported devices: visual, olfactory, auditory, tactile, gustatory, sixth sense, panoramic vision. Equals equals equals. Creak Kriak. A spider leg-like silhouette elegantly and delicately approached the eyeless person. The shape attached to the end of the leg was briefly illuminated under the candlelight, casting a sharp shadow. A thin thread and needle. Fucking hell. I held my breath and waited for all the commotion to subside. Cold sweat poured from my body. A moment later, thug thug thug. The machine's sound receded. The person who just lost their eyes began to stagger away, their footsteps uneven. Of all places, they moved toward this vent, their blood-soaked face briefly visible before disappearing from view. Their eyes had been replaced with camera lenses. Baek Deoksu, crouching beside me, silently mouthed a curse. It wasn't hard to relate. With those lenses, you might be able to see for a few hours or maybe a day or two at most. But since it was a rental device, the functionality would gradually deteriorate, plunging them into greater terror. And the next time they encountered the usher, that device would be collected as well. It was a rental after all. I'm gonna go crazy. It felt like a prelude to even more horrifying things to come, making me instinctively squeeze my eyes shut. But I can't show fear, I can't let him see. Conscious of Baek Deoksu beside me, I waited until everything went silent before climbing out of the duct. We can't stay here. We had to move quickly and escape. I'd organized the exploration records and the manual after splitting up with Baek Deoksu. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Baek Deoksu addressed me politely. As if it were normal, he nodded slightly in a show of courtesy, much like the first time we met on the subway. And then, subtly, he began to edge away, clearly planning to run off. Then I'll be off. Wait. Baek Deoksu stopped in his tracks. I asked, how long has it been since you entered? I don't want to answer. About 2 hours, I think. He'd entered quite a bit ahead of me. Since this wasn't a creepypasta that distorted the sense of time, it meant rookie Baek Deoksu had been summoned early in the morning, just like I was. So my D-Squad superiors kept me out of the loop on purpose. For a moment I felt touched. The thought of finding my squadmates quickly and getting out motivated me. Chief Lizard would have probably made it into the final 7 survivors anyway. But I had to find the other D-Squad members soon. Though honestly, stepping out of the vent and looking at the hallway made me want to sigh. Wow, I have to search this entire place on my own. I'm gonna have to comb through every corner of this creepy mansion, while dodging that usher monster while looking for clues. No wonder they made a horror game based on this darkness. I'd never played it, but I'd seen clips on WeTube. While covering half the screen with my hand. As much as I didn't want to admit it, going with someone else, even if he's got a personality defect, seemed like the better choice. I turned to look at Baek Deoksu. In the dark, Baek Deoksu swallowed hard next to Kim Solium. Fucking hell. Of all people, why did it have to be this lunatic? Nothing had gone right ever since Sahian had gotten stuck with this guy as his dorm roommate. Just hearing the bastard spout insane remarks in that perpetually sarcastic tone, as if he'd never start trouble even if drunk. It made Sahian's head spin. Do I really have to stick with this guy? The other employees who entered with him seemed to have woken up scattered throughout the bizarre mansion. And the civilians he'd encountered earlier, well, they got obliterated. Still, was it better to wander around alone than to stick with this deranged nutjob? He was frantically weighing my options when Kim Solium suddenly spoke. You're using formal speech now, all of a sudden. Son of a bitch. Cold sweat trickled down Sahian's back. It was a highly urgent situation back then, so I accidentally slipped into casual speech, but now I think it's better if we speak politely to each other again. Kim Solium stared at Sahian for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. I see, understood. Yes. Should I run for it? Baek Sahian glanced at Kim Solium. He'd already heard all the absurd rumors about this guy. The field exploration team's monstrous rookie. I heard he cleared an A-class darkness all by himself. He was almost scouted for the elite squad, too, but he turned it down. Wow, I heard he even found a missing section chief. Is this guy really just a new hire? And he's had 2 manual revisions approved. Isn't this some kind of propaganda rookie to scam the regular staff? The rumors got so ridiculous that some even joked he was just company propaganda. But Baek Sahian didn't doubt the rumors. Isn't it just because he's a fucking lunatic? This guy's monster-like results probably just stemmed from his monster-like mindset, right? A mind so different from normal people, that he could come up with ideas no sane person would even inside these ghost stories. Baek Sahian, for all his self-centered pragmatism, felt a unique pressure from someone so damn unpredictable. The fear of the unknown. Honestly, if someone told me he himself was a ghost story, I'd believe it. Baek Sahian wiped away cold sweat. Still, he wanted information. At the very least, he could listen. Where are we headed? Judging by how that monster attacked people, this darkness seems to treat us as intruders. It doesn't. Sorry. This exhibition definitely treats us as guests. What the hell was he talking about now? Baek Sahian looked at Kim Solium, who continued speaking with unwavering confidence. That's why it collects fees. It only takes eyes. It's just charging admission fees. Didn't you read the manual? Of course he fucking did. That cursed, bizarre document contaminated by the exhibition's invitation. It's an invitation. People who are invited don't get treated as intruders. But it didn't mention anything about fees. Read it again, near the end of page 3. Baek Sahian unfolded the paper. Plus. This exhibition is free for 1 hour, as part of our open-minded appreciation of art. Plus. Free for 1 hour implies that fees will either be collected or you'll be kicked out after that time. But instead of kicking you out of the venue, they take your eyes. That thing earlier, it's probably a staff member of this exhibition. It was disturbingly convincing. Without thinking, Baek Sahian asked another question. Why do you think human eyes are considered the payment? Well, maybe because they're the most valuable part of the human body. Looks like the things we carry don't hold any value to them. Them? Kim Solium shook his head expressionlessly. No idea. And no one caught up in this mess would know either. A chill ran down Sahian's back. In any case, sir, whoever's running this exhibition seems to believe that human body parts are the most valuable things we possess. I guess eyes are probably considered the most appropriate starting payment, so yeah. Eyes. Baek Sahian had only one. He almost instinctively pressed a hand over his covered eye. He still remembered that day vividly. Kim Solium staring at him on the subway, casually lifting his answer key of an eye. The unnerving calmness, the calculated observation, waiting for Baek Sahian to realize his own eye had been plucked pointlessly. That mocking gaze. This darkness takes eyes as payment, but what in the world had made this guy so disturbingly nonchalant? But, Kim Solium was staring directly at him. You've slipped back into informal speech, one. A chill ran down Baek Sahian's spine. He forced himself to speak calmly, as he now dropped to casual speech for good. Fine, should we just keep it casual then? We're from the same batch after all, and we need to escape together. Don't wanna, Kim Solium answered back. For a moment irritation flared, but Baek Sahian forced a smile. Don't say that. You hid me in the vent earlier. Doesn't that mean you wanted to save me as a colleague? Nah, I just figured I could use you as bait if needed. Baek Sahian gave up on manipulation and shifted to persuasion. Kim Solium seemed to have a good understanding of this horrifying exhibition ghost story. If we stick together, exploration will be easier, especially in a dark place like this. Not really. But for the sake of dopamine, sure, let's stick together. Having more people means more unpredictability. This demented fucker. Baek Sahian was certain now. He had never encountered someone so blatantly deranged, even in his tumultuous life. Still, do you have to be this crazy to survive in this godforsaken company? Feeling a strange sense of defeat, he clenched his teeth under his black goat mask. Let's move. Kim Solium ignored Baek Sahian's frozen expression and started walking. Then, out of nowhere, he said, Thanks, that's a relief. What? What was he thankful for? Before Baek Sahian could question further, Kim Solium raised a hand to his mouth. Quiet, I'm talking to Braun. Baek Sahian barely managed to force word out. Braun? Yeah. Kim Solium reached into his suit pocket and pulled something out, a cute, plush rabbit keychain. Braun is saying hi to you right now. Baek Sahian suddenly wanted to run far, far away. Of course, he couldn't have guessed that Braun was actually saying, Oh, greetings to you, Mr. Scapegoat, soon-to-be victim of the next room. Nor did he realize that Kim Solium was thinking this. Phew, having another person around makes this a bit less terrifying. The thought of wandering this place alone with Braun made him feel as scared as during the Changui incident. This was a good choice after all. Are you planning to search for another place like that vent earlier? Nope. Kim Solium gave Baek Sahian an incredulous look, as if staring at a truly ridiculous person. I'm looking for the exit. Why would I search for a vent? I mean, if you like vents so much, just stay in one. If you get caught, though, just pay the fee. Kim Solium knew exactly what kind of person Baek Sahian was. This guy, he's the kind of person you can't just let loose. He was someone who'd exploit any opening, just like how he had ruthlessly attacked someone during their first meeting without even batting an eyelid. Never forget that Baek Sahian's nickname in the Dark Exploration records was Viper, aka Venomous Snake. Never let your guard down. I'll act crazy too. Thus began the uncomfortable and uneasy darkness exploration of two certified lunatics. Note S. One about Baek Sahian's shifting speech levels. Sorry about this again, but I don't know a more effective way to differentiate other than sometimes adding, sir, if he goes up to the highest level. But since Solium's being so petty about pointing out Sahian's slips, it can get more obvious lol right arrow curving left. TN, this has been the chapter that's made me laugh the most so far, Elmao. Chapter 42. Step. I was quietly walking through an exhibition that plucked out human eyes. And next to me was someone who perfectly fit the human trash archetype in a horror story. I really wish Baek Sahian would just keep quiet and act like a human totem. On the way here, I'd seen horrifying shadows crawling on the floor a few times from a distance. Each time, I couldn't be more thankful to have someone with me. As long as I don't let my guard down, that's the key. Braun spoke to me in a tone that suggested he was amused. Mr. Roe dear, this fellow talks in such an interesting way. It's almost like he's someone else entirely. Do you hate it? Not at all, it's utterly fascinating. It's as though he's created a more exaggerated persona for the sake of a show. That's a fair point. So, is leaving this magnificent exhibition your ultimate goal? That's correct. And, I've already made my escape plan. I'd confirmed that this exploration was recorded as the 17th entry in the Dark Exploration records, so I based my escape strategy on that case. I'd even decided which of my items to use. Oh, but is it necessary to use the word escape? Wouldn't it be easier to just grab any staff member and ask them to guide you to the exit? They'd surely oblige politely. That's where the problem begins. The staff in this exhibition are machines. The kind with spider-like legs that swing ominously. And each machine only knows information about its designated area. Each area of this exhibition is equipped with an usher for the convenience of visitors. While some past visitors referred to these ushers as monsters, they are, in fact, vintage mithril automated kiosk steam dolls, a model from Imperial year 62,627. Though their memory units are somewhat limited to information about their specific areas, they are historical and meaningful artistic artifacts. For the sake of a constructive viewing experience in our exhibition, we kindly request refraining from using derogatory terms. What this means is that if you want to ask about the exit, You must go to the area where the exit is located and talk to the staff there. And by the time you get there, if too much time has passed, you'll be charged the fee and turned into a grotesque human slug. Even identifying which area contains the exit is a monumental challenge to begin with. But there's a hint. I stopped walking. I had found what I was looking for. An elevator. Standing in front of me in Baek Deoksu was an antique-style elevator, glowing faintly with brass tones. The elevator was caged in iron bars, and a small light bulb flickered in front of it. Like any elevator, a guide panel was attached to the wall beside it, displaying floor numbers and usage instructions. The only problem was that the text was written in a script we couldn't understand. Just one more way to raise the exploration difficulty. The disconnect created by the script. Baek Deoksu frowned. Are you planning to ride this thing? Dunno. We can't even check the floors. Are you out of your mind? I stared at him without a word. He quickly looked away. As if I'd do something that reckless. But I had Braun, the creepypasta talk show host who claimed to be fluent in every language. Braun, can you read this elevator's guide panel? That's hardly a difficult task, friend. Ahem. Braun cleared his throat and began explaining in a friendly voice. This elevator comes with a stationed usher who will press the button for your desired floor upon request. Quite a quaint and sophisticated service, isn't it? This meant that you couldn't use the elevator without meeting an usher, which also meant getting your eyes plucked out. Even knowing this, I swallowed involuntarily. Does it mention anything about the exit? Unfortunately, no. It mostly describes the floors and their exhibitions. Oh, and by the way, you're currently on the second floor. Wait a moment. There's also a description of this mansion's history. This was information not included in the dark exploration records. Keep going. Of course, friend. This is the grand estate of a most noble and refined collector. Through their charitable spirit, they've dedicated this endless exhibition to sharing their art and philosophy. Furthermore, this historic mansion is composed of 7 floors above ground and 7,221 floors below ground. Wait. What? Below ground, 7,221 floors. That's correct, whom it seems they've been collecting for quite a long time. I froze. I already knew there was a basement. It wasn't described at first. The early exploration records of this ghost story, Manor of the Blind, detailed lucky escapes from the ground floors or the deaths of those who couldn't get out. Those records drew readers in, sparking popularity. As the records expanded and the world of the story grew, some explorer inevitably made a discovery. The 23rd record is a testimony left by a visitor who entered the basement floors via the elevator. The existence of the basement floors. From then on, records detailed people descending into the basement after failing to find a way out on the floors above ground. The relentless descent in search of an exit, down and further down, conveyed an overwhelming, chilling fear. At this point, the ghost story became categorized as cosmic horror. These exploration logs aimed to make readers feel suffocated and disoriented. In some records, explorers even gave up on escaping, descending further into madness as they ventured endlessly downward. This is testimony from a visitor who viewed the exhibit on B105. Employee 753, the unspeakable, dreadful things I cannot see are truly beautiful. Structures made of black square and humans, black or black square-ing, die for this purpose. No further records exist. Thank you for your meaningful feedback. We shall strive to improve exhibition management for an even more profound experience. The deeper you go, the more grotesque and incomprehensible the collection becomes. At some point, language fails to capture what is seen, leaving censored fragments and overwhelming blanks filled with terror. Thousands of unknowns lie down there. Slap. I slapped my own face. Get a grip. There are multiple exits. Even though their locations change every time the exhibition begins, that fact doesn't. There were records of people escaping through different exits on different floors in the same iteration. I can do this. It doesn't matter how astronomically vast this place is, or how incomprehensible the space becomes. An exit might be closer than I think. I have over 100 iterations, worth of exploration data, including records from this very round. Sitting here overwhelmed would make me an idiot. Even if the exact floor isn't specified, I already know the hints. I had to move quickly, instead of being paralyzed by the scale of the ghost story. Don't be foolish, stay sharp. All right. I took a deep breath and began walking. To the staircase next to the elevator. Wait, so you're not taking the elevator? How do you even know where you're going? We're at the second floor. I'm heading to basement 1 from here. Basement, there's a basement. Wait, this is the second floor. How can you be sure? Braun told me. Grateful, aren't you? No problem at all, happy to help. Surprisingly enough, Baek Deoksu still didn't run away. I'll have to keep my interactions with him at this level moving forward. Even as we descended down the staircase, the Grand Mansion's decor didn't change at all. The dim brass lighting and shadowy atmosphere continued endlessly, making it feel like we were looping through the same floor. And then at 1 level below, the stairs disappeared entirely. These stairs don't lead to the basement. For now, since we're at the ground floor, I decided to search for a new staircase or another way to move. There was no more idle chatter with Baek Deoksu either. The sound of machinery was growing more frequent around us. The main exhibition hall must be nearby, with ushers stationed almost constantly. Moving silently, practically crawling on the ground, I looked up and spotted a large sign just beneath the ceiling. Found it. The sign for the main exhibition hall. Carved with ornate designs, it bore a flowing, elegant inscription in an incomprehensible script. The Power of Emotion, what a unique title for an exhibit. It was an exhibit I'd read about in the dark exploration records. Just seeing its name in print had sent chills down my spine. What the hell? I suppressed the urge to turn back immediately. If I'm going to map out the escape route, I'll have to face it at least once. Avoiding a safe exhibit while trying to secure a path would be idiotic. So I gritted my teeth and moved forward, step by step. The moment I peeked through the ornate, gilded doorway into the exhibit. The exhibition space unfolded before me. A wave of sound crashed over me. Countless mouths shouting. More precisely, rows of teeth and tongues. An entire massive wall filled with ornate Baroque-style frames, each containing a human mouth, all arranged in horrifying beauty. It seemed like artificial voice boxes had been attached to the mouths, each reciting poetry in different voices and languages. The hundreds or even thousands of frames harmonized to create a bizarrely strange medley of sounds and notes. And beneath them, on the floor, human slugs were writhing. Huage. People who could no longer speak human words, with extinguished buttons fixed into their eye sockets, were writhing in agony. They were those who had been repeatedly charged, to the point where they'd nearly lost all semblance of humanity. The contrast between their grotesque forms and the neatly framed mouths displayed in a beautiful arrangement made the scene horrifying, more and more. I felt like vomiting. The dizzying dread made me look at the floor. Stay calm, I need to calm myself. They're not company employees. These were probably people who'd been trapped here for days. Those poor, no, I couldn't let myself focus on them now. I had to push it out of my mind as much as possible. Screech. In the distance, the shadow of an usher machine began approaching. Baek Deoksu and I held our breath and crawled into a nearby vent. The usher machine's shadow moved among the human slugs, as if searching for unmoving bodies to pick up and carry away. The sound of dragging bodies mingled with the mechanical noise. After a suffocating few minutes. Hey. They took the corpses. Do you think even the corpses have value, as payment for the fee? What the hell is wrong with this punk? If they had value as payment, they wouldn't have just left them there alive until they died without collecting. Makes sense. Even in this situation, I had to listen to this kind of nonsense. My exhaustion was reaching its peak. And I had to lie, too. If I were honest, of course they have value, obviously. Since they treat us as visitors, they only seem to charge for things that don't affect our survival, like eyes, noses, or mouths. But wouldn't they also find brains and spinal cords valuable? I think there were floors displaying such items, too. But I couldn't tell this guy that. He'd probably suggest we carry around the corpses and offer them as payment if things got bad. While I remained silent, the usher machines disappeared, leaving the first floor's main exhibition hall empty. From various shadowy corners, people hiding under tables quickly emerged, whispered to one another, and scattered in different directions. All of them wore masks. Employees. Their masks and suits confirmed it. They were from our company's field exploration team, cautiously dodging the machines by sticking to areas outside their paths. Hey, what now? If you spot any rookies among them, let's bring them along. It's better to have 1 or 2 more people with us. Why? Baek Deoksu looked at me as if I were asking something obvious. We need bait for when we run into a monster. Ah, this sick bastard, seriously. I tilted my head in mock confusion. We already have bait. What? You? Baek Deoksu's face froze momentarily before relaxing again. Whatever, I'll bring someone else along to use as bait, too. Great, just make sure to tell them you'll use them as bait. I told you, did I? I'm at least polite enough for that. Baek Deoksu fell silent again, his expression one of exasperation. I was equally exasperated, this exhausting little shit. I miss you, Chief Lizard. I missed the straightforwardness of a taciturn colleague. But then, as I caught sight of a familiar figure darting out from behind a sofa at the edge of the exhibition hall, I froze in surprise. It was someone I recognized. What are you? After a moment of hesitation, I climbed out of the vent. When I waved, the person also froze in shock before quickly lowering her voice. Saul, I mean Mr. Rodeer, is it okay if I call you that? Yes, Ms. Gorel. It was Go Yeonjun. The new hire who had fully supported my words during the subway incident was standing there. Didn't she say he'd dropped out of medical school? Did you get sent in too, Mr. Rodeer? Anyway, I'm glad to see you're safe. Thank you. In any case, Go Yeonjun, who was now wearing the mask assigned to her, seemed much calmer than when I'd last met her. Though there was some redness in her eyes. Has she already adapted to this? The fact that I could have a rational conversation in this insane situation was almost moving. Go Yeonjun glanced around warily and spoke in a whisper, lowering her voice as much as possible. There's a blocked window nearby, and I was thinking of trying to open it. Have you seen anything that could work as a lever on your way here? I don't think we're supposed to use the exhibits. You can't. Sorry, what do you mean? You're thinking of escaping through the window, aren't you? Would that be a problem? Yes, it would. This ghost story's exploration records mention window exactly once. Do you know what it says? ===. The 19th record is a testimony from a visitor who attempted to pass through a window. However, due to credibility issues, it has been omitted. This exhibition does not have windows. ===. It's a trap. I quickly made up a plausible reason. If you go out through the window, I have a feeling you'll physically leave the mansion, but not return to the real world. Though, Go Yeonjun's face turned pale. You're right, this isn't reality, so finding a door that counts as a proper exit makes sense. I think so too. But we don't even know what floor we're on. I checked, we're on the first floor. How did you hold on, the first floor? A glimmer of hope lit up in Go Yeonjun's eyes. Then there's a good chance there's a door nearby. Exhibition entrances are usually on the first floor, so if we search thoroughly. I forced my reluctant mouth to speak. The reason doors are usually on the first floor is because we live on the ground level. Do you think the original visitors to this ghost story did the same? Go Yeonjun closed her mouth. She understood immediately. How can you be sure a monster would place a door on the first floor? Soon, the same despair that had clouded my face earlier spread across hers. Then what do we do, was asking the monster machine earlier the right answer. But I can't encounter another machine. I don't have any chances left. You don't have any chances left. Go Yeonjun hesitated before brushing her hair back slightly. Beneath her hair, where there should have been an ear, there was only a stitch scar. They took my ears. They kept saying ear instead of eye, while gesturing, and I guess they accepted it. It didn't even hurt, it was so strained. Go Yeonjun shivered slightly. And they seem to have put something weird in their place, but I can still hear. I don't know how it works, maybe some kind of artificial cochlea or eardrum. Aw, damn it. It'll be fine, right? I mean, the employee store sells those organ regeneration potions and all. You'll be fine. I spoke firmly. You'll be fine, let's focus on getting out. Okay. Go Yeonjun's breathing calmed again. For someone who'd just lost both ears, her mental strength was superhuman. I couldn't help but admire her. But someone else apparently didn't feel the same way. Shall we get moving? Let's not waste too much time. O Baek Sahyun SSI. The moment Baek Sahyun, wearing his goat mask, emerged from the vent, Go Yeonjun's eyes lit up with alarm. Wait, are you traveling with him? Somehow, yes. I see. Go Yeonjun glanced warily at Baek Sahyun, but didn't refuse to continue traveling with me. Thank you. It had been so long since I'd had a normal companion. After dealing with psychopaths and people possessed by ghosts, I felt tears well up at the relief. Still, Go Yeonjun muttered quietly. That guy, he even managed to pick a mask that suits him. You know, goats are a symbol of the devil in Western cultures, right? Wow, did you know lambs are a symbol of sacrifice? Lambs are more associated with helping humanity than with devils, though. Baek Sahyun smirked dismissively at Go Yeonjun, who ignored him in turn. Is this an intermission skit? They're like a comedy duo. Yeah, except it's not a skit. They're actually dissing each other, and that's the problem. This party composition feels doomed. But our destination was steadily drawing closer. I found it. At the end of the hallway, a staircase leading to the basement had appeared. TN. Sahyun and Yeonjun's masks are both kinda goats, I guess. Here's the scientific name for both. Sahyun Capra hircus. The goat or the domestic goat is a species of goat antelope that is mostly kept as livestock. Yeonjun Nemorhetis caudatus. Gorals are small goat relatives, and they are agile over the rocky crags and cliffs they inhabit. The lamb comment earlier is, I'm assuming, stemming from how goats were referred to as sheep in the olden times, given that cotton wool sheep were introduced to the East much later. After these actual sheep were introduced, the existing sheep were hence distinguished and called goats or mountain goats. Until then, in the East, the term sheep referred to the current goat. So basically, our comedy duo is kind of doing the Spider-Man meme, calling each other goat devil spawn, and sacrificial lamb lol. Chapter 43. There's even a basement floor here. In front of the staircase leading to the basement, half fear and half anticipation were written on Go Yeonjun's face. Baek Sahyun scoffed. Yeah, I know how you feel. And the person standing next to us. Without any explanation, he somehow knew there was a basement and insisted we had to go to the first basement floor. If you don't want to go, we can just split up here. Baek Sahyun fell silent. Now that he had confirmed the basement existed, it seemed he wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to see whether Kim Solium has something up his sleeve. I briefly explained to Go Yeonjun that I had used some special equipment to decipher the guide notice posted near the elevator and had identified a potentially useful space. And so we finally started down the basement stairs. The further we descended, the clearer it became. The style has changed. The mansion, previously shimmering with a brass hue, now took on a darker bronze-like tone. More avant-garde decorations began to appear. For some reason, it felt like we were descending much deeper than the distance from the second floor to the first. Eventually, stately, old-fashioned double doors appeared beside the staircase. B1, that's what it reads. We had arrived. I cautiously gripped one of the door's handles. After confirming that no mechanical noises could be heard from the other side, I carefully opened it. What was revealed beyond the door wasn't an exhibition hall or a corridor. Go Yeonjun's eyes grew wide. This is a lounge for visitors, I assume. It was a type of resting area. The large hall was designed for comfort. Luxurious armchairs and vintage tables were arranged throughout, and a bronze-hued fireplace burned warmly in one corner. Is this what you read about in the elevator? Yes. Places like this are usually near a lobby. Maybe there's an exit nearby. I don't know, but the manual mentioned certain actions that were prohibited in the exhibition hall. I thought a resting area might have fewer restrictions. That's right. The hope was that some actions forbidden in the exhibition hall might be allowed here. Things you couldn't do, oh, like eating. Yes. 2. Eating or drinking in the exhibition hall is prohibited. But it's not like we need to eat anything right now. That's true. Not exactly. What I'm trying to do is something that's considered part of eating and is therefore prohibited. What do you mean? I pulled out an item I had prepared from my bag. Easy and fast candle-making kit. Open flames are prohibited too. Now it was time to create an escape tool. Go Yeonjun gulped nervously. Right in front of her, an unbelievably capable colleague was doing something utterly ridiculous. Like this. Kim Solium pulled a strange box from his satchel and quickly skimmed through the enclosed instructions. But the box didn't look ordinary at all. Why on earth would someone bring a candle-making kit? I've never seen a brand like that before. The logo, Cheerful Research Institute, gleamed tackily alongside a bright, smiley face, but the instructions Kim Solium held were scrawled in messy handwriting with dark red ink. It felt eerily strange, something you might encounter in a ghost story. At that moment, Baek Deoksu muttered, An item. An item. Instinctively, I turned to Kim Solium, who answered quite kindly. Yes, a tool imbued with supernatural abilities. T then isn't that considered darkness? It might depend on the classification method, but it seems that objects with stable irregularities, portability, and no defined domain are referred to as items. How does Solium SSI know all of this? Aren't we both new hires? Why is there such a difference in knowledge? And where on earth did he get that? For Go Yeonjun, who had prided herself as being among the top 3 most capable among the new recruits, the situation was bewildering. And to top it off, he looks incredibly skilled at handling it. Noticing her gaze, Kim Solium glanced back and, as if to justify himself, said, This is my first time making one too. It's the truth. While he had read the instructions several times and pondered how to use it, this was Kim Solium's first time actually crafting something. However, from the perspective of a colleague who didn't know he had already conducted 3 similar rituals, it was simply overwhelming. No, someone like him. Shouldn't he be starting his own business instead of just finding a job? Why is he tangled up in a horror show of a company like this? But soon, cold reality brought her thoughts back into focus. It must be because of the wish ticket. A wish that couldn't be given up. Go Yeonjun nearly sank into mutual pity for their respective circumstances, but quickly steadied herself. For now, she just needed to focus all her energy on escaping. Even the rage at her R-Squad leader, who had ditched her the moment a monstrous machine appeared, would be turned into fuel. She only wished she could take back her earlier thoughts that this team, at least, wouldn't have the usual workplace hierarchy issues or the stress of human relationships. Die, squad leader. Still thinking that her R-Squad superiors might actually end up being brutally killed, with their eyes, noses, and mouths torn apart, felt oddly unsettling. It's ready. Go Yeonjun, who had been lost in thought, snapped her attention back at Kim Solium's voice. Before she knew it, he had laid out a black piece of paper on the floor and drawn a small design on it with the provided crayon. It was, a candle. Yes, it looked like a candle, or rather, a flat drawing that outlined a candle's shape. But Kim Solium paid no mind and pointed with one hand to the cards placed near the drawing. You can see the cards, right? Why, yes. Pick one of them. It determines the item's attribute. Would she be tricked or caught up in something by doing this? Go Yeonjun hesitated for a moment, but then reached out. So far, there hadn't been anything suspicious or unpleasant about Kim Solium's actions, and objectively speaking, he had always treated her with goodwill. Let's try it. Her brain, which she trusted as a reliable data processor, urged her forward. She flipped over one of the scattered cards on the floor without much hesitation. The card's face depicted a vibrant blue figure raising one hand. At the top of the image, a white star sparkled like a jewel. Honors. A faint smile appeared on Kim Solium's face. You picked well. Did she? I don't think I particularly need honor right now. Anyway, if he said it was good, that was a relief. Kim Solium then turned his head, and in a voice that sounded less than enthusiastic, called out to Baek Deoksu. Pick a card. Baek Deoksu seemed to be calculating the situation in his head, narrowing his eyes as he reached out his hand. The card he flipped over showed a grinning mouth and a red iron cage. Interference? Suits you. What? Kim Solium ignored him and continued with the process. I will now flip over the remaining cards. Yes. Whatever it was, let's just do it. Go Yeonjun watched as Kim Solium swiftly flipped over the cards with his precise movements. There were 10 cards left. Confusion, healing, meditation, wound, deceit, dream, rage, protection, strike, and gaze. The 10 remaining cards were revealed and laid out on the floor. What in the world is this? After having them draw cards as if it were some kind of tarot reading, why reveal all of them at the end? Seeing Kim Solium's next action, she understood. The last card could be chosen directly. Deceit. Kim Solium picked out a card with a golden gear drawn next to a black heart. He then burned all 3 cards they had chosen using a lighter. Flames burst into vivid colors as the cards turned into shimmering ashes. Gathering the ashes from the cards, he carefully spread them over the crayon-drawn candle outline he had created earlier and folded the paper. It'll need about 30 minutes to set now. Kim Solium lifted the folded paper off the floor, tucked it neatly into the front pocket of his suit, and gave a faint smile. This thing you just made. This candle will help us get out of here. If it doesn't work, I was planning to try again a few more times, but the keywords turned out well on the first attempt. Screech. All 3 of them turned their heads at once. In the distance under the bronze light, a massive shadow emerged. 8 straight legs resembling those of a spider. And then, screech, the glowing eyes of a machine, leaking light like that of a gas lamp. Run! The 3 of them immediately bolted in the opposite direction at full speed. I knew. Even in a lounge, the machines could appear. Still, I guessed that they would patrol less strictly than in the exhibition hall, and had been willing to take the risk. There wasn't even anywhere to hide like in the vents, but why now of all times? Clenching my teeth, I sprinted across the corridor. Once we're detected, even hiding in another vent wouldn't help. The machine would simply follow. It was equipped with that level of tracking capability. Should we keep going straight? For now. Straight ahead led to the main exhibition hall. Once there, they could only hope to draw the machine's attention away with a higher priority problem. But who knows how much more dangerous the exhibitions have become now that we're in the basement. And then, F-Wick. Baek Deoksu grabbed for my suit. What now, you lunatic? The punk shouted right at me. That item, the candle, let's offer it up, it's valuable, isn't it? I slapped his hand away and yelled back. No, you idiot. What? Look at the exhibition theme. Plus. This exhibition is being conducted free of charge for 1 hour under the open spirit of admiration for art. Plus. Art. Specifically living beings, civilization, and history. I shouted at the top of my lungs. What does this item have to do with that? Why would they accept it as payment? If items had any real value, wouldn't the employees of our company have already offered their own equipment before getting their eyes gouged out? Besides, the candle wasn't even finished yet. But Baek Deoksu once again reached for my bag, and Go Yeonjun, clearly fed up, let out an exasperated groan. Let's at least try. What's the alternative, dying here? Seriously, stop it and just keep running. I turned my head. At that moment our feet crossed through the large doors into the main exhibition hall. Catching my breath, I lifted my gaze. Starlight twinkled everywhere. No, were those fragments of stone. Countless pairs of glowing circles, all the same color, lined the walls and ceilings, gazing down at us. The walls were packed, covered in countless human eyes staring back at me. The eyes taken by the usher machines. Eek! I stopped in my tracks and lowered my head. Beside me, I could hear Baek Deoksu striking his remaining eye in frustration. My chaotic thoughts slowly settled. They've arranged them like stars in the universe. It's called Glistening Gaze, a rather cliché yet popular name. They must have been mindful of the contributors to the materials for this piece. 3 walls of the vast black exhibition hall were completely covered in eyeballs, with not a single gap visible. The only entrance or exit was the door we had just come through. and through that very door the usher machine was steadily advancing, without pause. We were trapped. Mr. Roe dear, your choices intrigue me. You're at a dead end now, a place to run whom seems like there's none. Fascinating. But my friend, you can escape anytime, anywhere, because you have me, Braun. That much I already knew. If I were alone, I could escape safely anytime. Braun would gladly use his ability, which he called Lights Out, to erase my presence entirely. Then, while the others drew its attention, getting their eyes and ears gouged out, I could carefully slip away. In that case, wouldn't it be fitting for Mr. Baek Deoksu to pay the price? After all, he doesn't have much of a life left anyway. True, we successfully created the candle, which required a recommended group of 3, so Baek Deoksu was no longer necessary. I mean, I only kept him along to avoid a mental breakdown after all. Honestly, would it even matter if he died? In fact, his death might even be a net positive for society. In the chaos, perhaps Go Yeonjun might also manage to escape. Wait. Hold on. Let's split up, that way if even one of us escapes. Ms. Gorel. Yes. You're safe. Didn't you recently pay the fee? There should still be time left until the next cycle. Since Go Yeonjun had recently had her ears taken, she likely still had time left in her usage cycle. Hope flickered in Go Yeonjun's eyes. Then I'll go and try to distract. Screech. It had entered. The usher machine. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-k. Under the bronze candlelight, I saw the machine clearly for the first time. It was mercilessly sharp and intricate. Its form resembled a spider, with metal parts added as though the steel had been grafted onto flesh. Its head and thorax were oddly connected, with an abdomen and lower body beneath. Yet its vaguely humanoid, bipedal shape evoked a sense of uncanny dread, as if it was toying with the boundaries of intelligence and form. Its jagged, needle-like legs moved erratically, with joints bending at bizarre angles. From its head, 8 gas lamps shone yellow light, piercing through the pale shadows. Go Yeonjun, who had been moving forward, froze in place. It seemed as if the trauma from losing her ears had surged back into her mind. Understandable. Screech. The machine passed right by her. I knew it, which meant the machine was chasing me and Baek Deoksu. Screech. I deliberated for the briefest moment. If the machine's attention shifted to Baek Deoksu, I could quickly erase my presence and escape. It would be difficult while the machine focused solely on me, but with 2 targets, Braun's ability might still work. Oh, shall I use it now? I made my decision. No. Instead, I shoved Baek Deoksu aside. Run. Baek Deoksu already had only one eye left. He knew that meant the machine might take more than just his remaining eye this time. Who knows what kind of reckless actions he might resort to? Even if it took his ears as a substitute, the physical rejection of someone's body, after already losing one eye, would likely be far more extreme. I couldn't predict the lengths he might go to. It was better to let him run. I said run. Baek Deoksu hesitated for a moment. But as the machine moved toward me, he backed away cautiously before breaking into a full sprint toward the door and disappearing through it. At the same time, Go Yeonjun, understanding my glance, tightly shut her eyes and darted toward the door as well. Now then, do you have any questions for the usher, Mr. Roe dear? I lifted my head. The machine stood before me, its gas lamp light illuminating the grotesque form that resembled a hybrid of a spider and a woman, as if someone had attempted to mosaic the two together. Its appearance was grotesque and sent chills through me. The usher machine, its 8 legs and needle-like arms extending outward, began to twitch one of its limbs toward me. I bowed politely. Good day, I've just arrived here. I knew it wouldn't respond. Sure enough, the machine emitted an unintelligible noise and bent one of its massive needle limbs. It says that 1 hour and 54 minutes have passed since you entered, and additional charges have been calculated. I took a deep breath. Just a moment, before I pay the fee, may I ask a question? Of course, it says. Do you take reservations for a guest room at the front desk? If you agree with my question, please nod your head once. If you disagree, shake your head from side to side. A nod. Thank you for the guidance, then. I stifled a sigh, and asked what I had been leading up to. The critical question for escaping. These machines only remember information about their assigned zones, so they wouldn't know where the exit is. Even if I asked where the front desk was, it likely wouldn't have an answer. But if I rephrased the question to pertain specifically to its own zone, it might respond. Like this. After completing their visit and returning home, do guests on this first basement floor proceed to a lower floor? Or did they go to an upper floor? A nod. They're ushered to an upper floor, I see, thank you. That's it. By asking each usher machine the right questions about its own floor, I could eventually narrow down the location of the exit. Assuming I didn't lose my eyes, mouth, or limbs before then. If it's above the first basement floor, that means it's in the ground level floors. Just knowing that was a significant breakthrough. The ground level included 7 floors, so the exit must be among them. This is a good lead. But the sense of relief was short-lived, like a candle burning out. Now the unavoidable moment had arrived. Screech. It says it will now collect the fee. Payment collection. If I think about this rationally, it's not a huge problem. They'll plug a rental item into the empty eye sockets, so I'll still have vision until we escape this darkness. Besides, I know this world well. I'm already familiar with several methods for restoring lost body parts, and I'm confident I can use them more easily than others. That's precisely why I'm standing here. It's a situation I've calculated and come to terms with. The problem is this overwhelming revulsion. Who could accept this so calmly and indifferently? Having both eyes plucked out raw by a monster. Especially in a room surrounded by the displayed eyes of others who were taken. Cold sweat dripped down my chin. Even so, I have to go through with this. I gritted my teeth. It wouldn't be completely detrimental to have my eyes removed. If I can't endure under these conditions, I might as well give up on surviving here entirely. Honestly, there would never be better conditions than now to test whether I, with my cowardly heart, could endure the horrors of this ghost story. Learning to withstand recoverable losses would help build my resilience. Yet my clenched hands trembled. Shit. Zing. A massive needle, sharp and metallic like the leg of a spider, moved toward my face. I held my breath. Whoosh. The needle was raised, ready to pierce my eye. Zing. I rolled my eyes to the side. In the darkness, a massive spider-like form was approaching from the distance. Zing Screech. Another usher machine. What's this? Aren't the machines supposed to have a programmed route? Shouldn't it be impossible for their paths to overlap? Sure enough, the machine that was about to extract my eye seemed to malfunction for a moment. Then, as if recalibrating its route, it moved away from me. It was as though it adjusted its trajectory on its own. Screech. I couldn't even exhale in relief. The new machine would just extract my eyes instead. I simply held my breath and stared at the newly arrived machine. It lifted its spider-like appendages high, stopping right in front of me. Then suddenly, Who? You okay, Ro? The spider-like form crumbled away, revealing a human wearing a badger mask. Supervisor. It was Supervisor Park Min-seong, his face drenched in cold sweat, grinning slightly. Phew, that was close. Chapter 44. A dark, bronze-hued mansion. I followed Supervisor Park Min-seong, walking silently behind him. The supervisor, who had accomplished the insane feat of disguising himself as an usher machine, fooling the system, and rescuing a poor new hire, evaluated the situation in his own way. It's not like their AI is particularly advanced, maybe about as smart as a Roomba, so I figured I could trick it for a moment by mimicking its appearance. I wasn't entirely convinced the machine's intelligence was that rudimentary, but the timing had worked out, and he had saved me. For that, I was eternally grateful. But how did you disguise yourself? My special equipment. Supervisor Park grinned and pointed to a cloth draped around his neck. Oh. I recalled his earlier explanation about his personal equipment. Mine is a camouflage item. It can't transform me into a person, and its duration is short, so I only use it as a last resort. Until now, I had only heard about such things in ghost stories where they didn't work or were otherwise meaningless, but this was my first time seeing it in action. Under the right circumstances, it's actually pretty decent. I was tempted to borrow it as a parent seed to make a new customization for my personal equipment. But that's not the priority right now. All right, phew. Now that I've found you, Ro, let's get out of this insane place. Have you found an escape route, sir? Supervisor Park didn't answer. He just smiled faintly. He must have some kind of plan. For now, I decided to trust him and quickly followed. This way. We climbed the stairs from the basement back to the ground floor. Before long, the surrounding area shifted from bronze to brass, and a grand corridor bathed in a golden hue came into view. We're above ground. That was enough to feel somewhat relieved, but the first floor was chaos. MMPH, URGH. My ears. Screams echoed from all directions. 2 hours have passed. Even the employees who had been hiding were now being caught by the usher machines, losing another body part, just as I nearly had earlier. Supervisor Park didn't glance toward the sources of the screams. He simply kept walking. Don't look back, Ro. I clenched my fists so tightly that veins bulged on the backs of my hands. I know it's hard, but right now, we need to focus on saving our own team. If we're going to keep collecting points here, we need to learn how to let go. Suddenly, I recalled the moment during a talk show when Supervisor Park had resigned himself to surviving. I have a family member in the hospital. I hope someone could check in on her after this filming, if possible. For some reason, I felt like I understood how this cheerful supervisor had managed to endure in this place. At any rate, I didn't argue. Before long, Supervisor Park scouted the area and seemed to have arrived at his destination safely. And that destination was here. A window. The same tightly sealed opaque glass window Go Yeonjun tried so hard to open earlier. Don't tell me he plans to go through here. But instead of desperately prying it open, Supervisor Park raised a finger and knocked on the glass softly. Knock, knock. The window suddenly slid open. No, it wasn't just opening. It slid downward all the way to the floor, revealing itself to be a terrace door. This wasn't a window at all. Was that why the exploration record said? ===. The 19th record is a testimony from a visitor who attempted to pass through a window. However, due to credibility issues, it has been omitted. This exhibition does not have windows. What I had dismissed as a typical ghost story manual phrasing turned out to be literal. There really weren't any windows. Let's go. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, we stepped through the open terrace door. Beyond it was a small hexagonal terrace with a long sofa and table. However, the view beyond the terrace was obscured by dense black fog, as if visibility was intentionally denied to us. Tab. As Supervisor Park warily closed the terrace door, someone seated on the sofa rose and tapped my shoulder. I knew you'd make it. Assistant Manager. It was Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. And next to her, the slit pupils of Squad Leader Lizard met my eyes calmly. Our squad leader suggested expanding the search range since you weren't nearby, and it turns out you were just downstairs. Thank you very much. Did you purposely head to that eerie basement to find an exit? That's very like you. I glanced at Supervisor Park with newfound appreciation. Descending to the basement, with no clear information about the floors, had been an incredibly bold decision. Thank you truly. Thanks to him, I still had both eyes intact. Still, how exactly did you open this? Someone else tried earlier but failed to open it as a window. I just used my hands. Of course you did. If the body suffers, the mind suffers even more, right? Looking closer, the terrace door handle seemed a bit wobbly. Wouldn't it be a disaster if the ushers discovered this? However, my D-Squad superiors, including Chief Lizard, seemed unfazed by the unusual situation. They simply began discussing the next steps calmly. Well then, now that our squad's back together, should we attempt an escape, Squad Leader? Yes. Do you have a viable escape plan? Yes. Could you share what it is? Chief Lizard answered succinctly. We're going to tie a rope to the terrace railings and explore the outer walls of this exhibition space. From the outside, there's got to be a floor with the main entrance. We just need to head there. That's quite the idea. I see. If this cursed mansion didn't have 7,000 underground floors, it might have sounded tempting. And if I didn't already have an easier escape item in my satchel, it might have been worth considering. I could just use this to get out. Thinking about the candle, which should be solidifying nicely, I raised my hand. Please wait a moment. If I showed it to them and explained, I might be able to convince them. I just needed to stall a bit more time until it was ready, and perhaps rescue some others while I was at it. I was with 2 fellow new hires earlier, but we got separated. They should still be nearby. If you could give me a moment, I'll go and find them. Ro. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage spoke bluntly. There are exactly 3 new hires in this mission, including you. They said they picked a few high-performing rookies and dropped them in here, but we all know they just needed to fill the numbers. Sunbi, let me speak. Supervisor Park, silenced by Yoon Hage, stayed quiet as the assistant manager continued. Remember lunch earlier? The higher-ups in the meeting room, they're hoping this might be an A-grade zone. It came back to me. Look, it's confirmed to be a high-grade darkness, but there are civilian survivors. This could be a revolutionary case for sourcing high-quality materials. They were so thrilled, talking about how it might be the most survivor-friendly A-grade resource site in history. A grade dream essence is always out of stock, after all. New hires, from the beginning they were considered expendable, written off as company expenses. Extracting high-quality materials from an A-grade site was far more valuable. It was true that the longer members of the field exploration team survived, the more their lives were valued, but ultimately, consumables were still consumables, disposable compared to more valuable resources. Remember this, the further up top people go, the less they value human lives. To them, people are just flies. Yoon Hage sighed and put his cigarette back in its case. So focus on saving yourself. We don't have time, so let's move. If you start feeling sympathy, it'll only make things harder for you. I barely managed to open my mouth. That's not it. Are a kind soul. Fine, if we're lucky, maybe they'll get out too. One of my fellow rookies is holding the escape item. Of course, it was a lie. We don't even know what's outside. There's no need to recklessly climb down with a rope. But one thing was true. With that item, we can escape safely. I'm back underground. Though my legs wobbled from walking around alone, the clarity of my goals seemed to dull the fear. Find my fellow new recruits. You have 20 minutes. If you don't find them by then, we're heading back. My lie about the universe gasping, world-amazing escape item had somewhat worked. The time they gave me was short, but manageable. They couldn't have gone far. Shock reduces mobility. They're probably hiding nearby right now, trying to collect themselves. Besides, I had given them a hint earlier about good hiding spots. The vents. At the 7-minute mark of my search, I finally found someone crammed into the outer corridor vent on the basement floor. It was Baek Deoksu. Hey. Baek Deoksu avoided my gaze. Do you want to get out of here? Baek Deoksu looked at me suspiciously, then slowly nodded. Then tell me where Ms. Goral is. This felt oddly like threatening someone for their comrade's location. She went into the left exhibition hall, probably hiding behind a sofa or something. Without hesitation, he gave up her location. What a spineless guy. In any case, I soon managed to find Go Yeonjun as well. By then, 14 minutes had passed. Mr. Ro dear, thank goodness truly. I briefly explained to the teary-eyed Go Yeonjun that a superior had come to help us and urged her to keep moving. I also gave her a specific instruction. I told them one of you's holding the key escape item, so please back up my story. I handed her the paper in my satchel with the candle outline drawn on it. Carefully, she slipped it into the front pocket of her suit and nodded. So I just have to keep quiet and play along. Yes. Baek Deoksu, who had been effectively ignored during this process, looked like he had a lot to say but kept his mouth shut. He must have realized we were getting closer to escaping. When we reached the terrace door and stepped outside together, 19 minutes had passed. We had made it within the 20-minute window. Phew. I found them. Well, I had a feeling this would happen because it's Ro. Assistant Manager Yoon and Supervisor Park threw in their remarks as the two rookies nervously looked around. It wasn't exactly a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Chief Lizard was already tying a rope to the terrace railing. No need for introductions. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun spoke in a flat tone as he tied a secure knot. Explain your item within 200 seconds. The two rookies gulped audibly. I immediately stepped in. May I explain on their behalf? Go ahead. Now it was time to make a proper case. Based on the keywords I had combined, this candle. This item can deceive the usher machines. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun stopped what he was doing. Chapter 45. Is it really okay for us to go by ourselves? Is this the right way? It should be fine. Probably. Understanding the omitted words, Go Yeonjun swallowed a scream. After persuading his superiors, Kim So-lium had taken his two fellow new hires with him to use the item and left the terrace. He probably said that to make it sound logical. Since he had claimed one of them owned the item, it only made sense for that person to take the lead. Although being lumped together with Baek Deoksu under the umbrella term, us, felt a bit unsettling. Still, he's unusually quiet right now. But for the moment, what lay ahead concerned him far more. Then I'll take out the candle. Yes. Go Yeonjun returned the paper Kim So-lium had given her, and he unfolded it. What happened next was astonishing. A cylindrical, heavy chunk of pale purple wax rolled into his hand. It was a real candle. The outline drawn with crayon remained imprinted on its surface, like a stamped pattern, revealing its transformation from a mere sketch into reality. Whoa! Kim So-lium momentarily forgot the situation, marveling at the sight. Knowing what they planned to do with the candle only heightened his anticipation. Please wait a moment. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a lighter and attempted to ignite the candle's wick. Whoosh! The flame brushed the wick. And nothing happened. Why isn't it lighting? Kim So-lium even demonstrated his bizarre ability to flick a coin in midair, summoning a third hand to try igniting it, but to no avail. As if recalling something, Kim So-lium hastily retrieved the candle kit's instructions and skimmed them. Is there a problem? He lowered the instructions with a strangely dry expression. No, I don't think so. But he knew the problem. At the bottom of the chaotic, dark red scribbled manual, in the section labeled Precautions for Use and Handling, one particular note stood out. The recommended users. This toy is designed to alleviate the fatigue of modern Earthlings. For safety reasons, extraterrestrials, beings from other realms, non-intelligent entities, gods, and all other non-human intelligences cannot use this product. I might not qualify. After all, Kim So-lium was not a native of this place. A chill ran down his spine, but he knew that wasn't the priority right now. He needed to entrust it to someone reliable. Someone with a low chance of acting rashly, someone with social and moral sense. Ms. Gorel. I'll leave it to you. Go Yeonjun hesitated before taking the candle. She received the lighter as well and with trembling hands, held the flame to the wick. Whoosh. The flame brushed the wick. And it lit. Words began to emerge from the body of the candle, glowing faintly as if illuminated from within. The keywords from the cards they had drawn earlier. Honor, interference, deceit. Do you remember the cards we drew when creating the candle? They indicate the abilities it will manifest. Kim So-lium's earlier explanation resurfaced in her mind as more phrases appeared on the candle. The bearer of this candle must present a deceitful form, empowered by the authority of interference, directed toward an honorable target. And the bearer will be granted a blessing. Impersonator of nobility. Go Yeonjun raised the candle high. A round orb of flame emerged from the candle like a lantern, hovering above her head before disappearing. The space around her softly lit up, resembling a subtle spotlight. Well, as expected, it works as planned. Kim So-lium, watching with a faint smile, nodded. This candle's effect can extend to 2 people near you, Ms. Gorel. Goat and I will follow behind you. Yes. Go Yeonjun wondered if someone other than Baek Deoksu could have been chosen. But since the item was Kim So-lium's creation, she complied without complaint. Kim So-lium spoke again in a hushed tone. Still, please be careful. Don't turn around to look at us. The effect only works if we remain hidden behind the candle bearer. Understood. And don't stare at the candle too closely. It might eat away at your mind. Go Yeonjun nodded slowly. Though tension gripped her shoulders, she managed to regain her composure. That was her specialty. You mentioned the exit is on the upper floors, so starting from the middle on the 4th floor makes the most sense. It reduces the number of possibilities. Yes, good plan. Their steps began to echo. The thought of what lay ahead sent shivers down her spine, but Go Yeonjun clenched her teeth. Here she was, probably the most timid of them all, tasked with holding the candle. I have to do my best. Little did she know, the most cowardly of their group was right behind her. Step, step. Their footsteps reverberated through the bracelet hall. As they ascended toward the 4th floor, no sounds of the usher machines could be heard. But it wasn't reassuring, because their destination was. Found it. It was right in front of the usher machine. The new hires from Daydream Inc., who had reached the 4th floor, followed the sound of the machine until they finally located the usher responsible for the hallway. Screech. Hey, if you run out of the candle's range now, it'll chase after you. You think I don't know that? The cold exchange between Kim Solium and Baek Sahyun sent a chill down Go Yeonjun's spine. It felt like the needle-like components of the machine might move at any moment to gouge out her eyes. But swallowing her fear, Go Yeonjun stepped forward. One step at a time. Each step closer caused the reflection of the machine in the candlelight to waver. Standing before the grotesque spider-shaped machine, Go Yeonjun gave a slight nod. Hello. Screech. The usher machine moved. Its 8 needle-like legs raised into the air, then slowly settled around its body in a neat formation. The machine lifted its head and respectfully shone a gaslight near Go Yeonjun's feet. It worked. Go Yeonjun swallowed hard. The candle's blessing was successfully working for her, the blessing to impersonate an honorable being. The first card determines the purpose of the effect, the second dictates the method, and the third reveals its essence. When combined properly, it creates a deception targeting something honorable to hinder others. This ability is likely related to impersonation or trickery. Right now, Go Yeonjun was impersonating the most appropriate honorable being for this scenario. The most favorable target for the usher machine. A guest who had paid in full. In the calmest tone she could muster, Go Yeonjun addressed the usher machine. If your answer is no, please remain still. If it is yes, nod your head. Silence. Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 4th floor go upstairs? Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 4th floor go downstairs? Nod. It worked. Overwhelmed with relief, the candle bearer barely managed to conclude the interaction. Thank you, I'll continue enjoying the exhibition now. The usher machine remained quietly in place as the 3 within the candle's radius left. As they rounded the corner, Go Yeonjun couldn't help but exclaim. It worked. Move slowly. The candle will burn for about 2 hours, so it's critical not to let it go out midway. Yes. And then the process repeated. Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 3rd floor go downstairs? Nod. Thank you. It worked again. The 3 new hires were now walking with cautious but hopeful steps, fueled by the thrill of escape. If this kept up, either the 1st or 2nd floor. The same thought occurred to everyone. Go Yeonjun bit her tongue to keep her excitement in check. Stay calm, stay calm. If she were to drop the candle, it would all be over. To avoid escaping with her eyes, tongue, or limbs taken, she needed to remain composed. As she took a careful step forward, grab. Something seized her foot. Go Yeonjun froze and looked down. There was a human being, his eyes replaced with telescopic lenses, crawling desperately on the floor and clutching at her pants leg. Girl, Ms. Girl. Take me with you. It was our squad's leader. Go Yeonjun's superior. I looked at the person who had stopped ahead of me. I knew why. Someone was clinging desperately to the leg of the person ahead, shouting. Ms. Goral, if you get me out of here, I'll make equipment for you. The kind only a section chief can access. Right away, too, okay. So Go Yeonjun is from the R Squad. Seems like this was R Squad section chief. But for someone supposedly in charge of a squad in the field exploration team, he looked utterly pathetic. His limbs weren't taken as payment but seemed completely broken, leaving him unable to stand. Did infighting break out? If he were a proper squad leader, he should have been able to hold out with his equipment and items while moving stealthily. His current state made it almost certain that hadn't happened. He must be on the verge of death. And in this desperate moment, seeing a rookie from his squad wielding a remarkable item, he had lunged forward, recognizing his last lifeline. "Ms. Goral, that's an item, isn't it? It looks great. Take me with you, please, okay." Whoa, not even scared, huh? Babbling away. Baek Deoksu muttered under his breath. Then he turned to Go Yeonjun and said, "Let's see if the monster machines hear him. Not like he's in any condition to run away anyway." What kind of nonsense is that? Our squad's leader, who had been begging to Go Yeonjun, turned to look at Baek Deoksu. The gleam of his telescopic lenses flickered. Which squad are you a rookie from?" "Oh right, it doesn't matter. What matters is getting out of here. But look, the item my squad's rookie is using, it's shaped like a candle. A consumable, huh?" "FL flame-based? Yeah, defensive item, right? Right, yeah, that must be it. So then what if I shake it like this and put the flame out?" Go Yeonjun, who nearly stumbled, quickly steadied the candle in her grip. "This lunatic." I was about to summon my special equipment to use a third hand to pry him off, but the squad leader clung to Go Yeonjun's leg again. "Do you think I, even in this state, no less than a rookie, take me with you?" "You left me behind, squad leader," Go Yeonjun muttered in an eerily quiet voice. "When the machines came, you pushed me aside and ran." I thought Go Yeonjun hadn't met any teammates and had been wandering alone because the team had split up when they entered. So that's why she was by herself. "No, I did what I could. I couldn't die trying to save a rookie, so I left you behind. But now you can take me with you. If the conditions allow, humans should act humanely." The squad leader screamed desperately, clutching at her. Tears didn't even flow from the lens-replaced eyes. "If you don't take me with you, it's murder, murder. Just try leaving me behind. I'll destroy that item somehow. I'll..." Thud. S-R-R-R-R-K. Our squad's leader's body went limp and collapsed sideways. Baek Deoksu retracted his left foot, which had just struck the squad leader in the temple. "And me too." I recalled the third hand back into the glove, which struck the back of the R squad's leader's head. He's still breathing, right? I hadn't meant for both of us to hit him, but here we were. At least the situation seemed to have settled. I glanced down at the disheveled, middle-aged office worker sprawled on the floor. Well, he does have experience in field exploration. He had crafted a balance of pleas that could tug at a rookie's heartstrings and threats that could instill fear. A manipulative mix. Go Yeonjun still held the candle steady, but her trembling gaze betrayed how shaken she was by the pitiful state of her superior. Baek Deoksu casually remarked, "Now we just take his head and leave, right?" "What?" "No, we can't. He's going to die anyway. It'd make it easier for him and give us spare payments for a plan B. There's literally no downside. Think of Ms. Goral's mental state if we decapitate someone she knows. It's hard to maintain composure after killing someone you're familiar with." As Baek Deoksu and I spoke on either side, Go Yeonjun's face grew increasingly pale. "This is ridiculous, no Ika." "What are you talking about? People can do anything to survive. Of course it's possible." "No, it's not. Don't listen to him, Ms. Goral." "Goral? Wait. I'll just do this." Go Yeonjun tightened her grip on the candle, then kicked the squad leader toward a shadowy sofa corner. His body slid into the dim recess. She exhaled deeply. "This way the machines won't spot him immediately. Let's go before the candle burns out." I nodded. Baek Deoksu, however, scowled. "Making things complicated. He's going to die anyway. If you owe your life to someone kind, you should stop saying things like that, don't you think?" Go Yeonjun sighed deeply. "Still, thank you, both of you. I almost got caught up in that." "It's nothing." Surprisingly, Baek Deoksu didn't say another word. I thought he'd make a snide comment or demand something in return, but he didn't. "Let's go." "Yes." We descended the stairs once more. The disruption and the incident were behind us. The end was in sight. Chapter 46. On the second floor. Go Yeonjun, now accustomed to the process, posed her question to the usher machine. Have guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this floor gone downstairs? Nod. It was over. This essentially provided the answer they were looking for. If the exit is on the ground floor and below the second floor, the only possibility left was the first floor. Then, if we just go to the first floor and ask for the location of the entrance. Let's hurry. Yes. For the first time, Go Yeonjun and Baek Sahyeon were in complete agreement. So the entrance really is on the first floor, just like modern logic would suggest. What a coincidence that everything lined up this way. A faint sense of exhaustion crept in at the thought of how roundabout their journey had been, but the excitement of finally finding the exit outweighed it. I hastened my pace. All that remained was to pinpoint the entrance and relay the information to my superiors waiting on the terrace. Oh dear, is your exhibition tour over already? That's a shame. It seems like you've barely seen 5 of the halls. Ho, keep looking and you might lose your eyes, nose, or mouth. You might faint before then too. Even now, the 3 of us are sticking together under the candlelight to survive. I tapped the pocket where I kept Braun, as if soothing him, and continued walking. Go Yeonjun, carrying the candle, walked with renewed confidence. That determination didn't falter, even when she faced the usher machine on the first floor. Her desire to leave seemed to overpower any lingering fear. Hello. Once again, the machine, influenced by the candle, responded politely. Taking a deep breath, Go Yeonjun made a firm request. Please guide us to the entrance. But... Silence. The machine remained motionless. No response. And no way. With a face turning ashen, Go Yeonjun glanced nervously at the candle, as if worried it had lost its power. The flame flickered steadily, still shining brightly. After checking it a few more times, she spoke again in a trembling voice. Please guide us to the entrance. Again silence. The atmosphere dropped to a glacial temperature. We're fucked. I broke the silence. Ms. Gorel. Why yes? Ask it like this. I recited a familiar phrase, and Go Yeonjun's expression darkened as she repeated it. Have guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this first floor gone downstairs? If yes, please nod. Nod. The usher machine's answers conflicted. Why? Go Yeonjun swallowed hard. But the usher machine on the basement floor clearly said people went up. That's correct. A chill ran down my spine. What the hell is going on? The statements didn't add up. In the basement, it said to go up, yet on the ground floor, it said to go down. Even if there were multiple exits nearby, this blatant contradiction made no sense. That does explain why so few survivors are mentioned in the dark exploration records, despite the exit being obviously on the first floor. Instead of wasting time repeating the same question, let's just go to the basement and ask directly. We still have candlelight left, so let's not waste it. Urged by Baek Sahyeon, we started looking for the stairs to the basement. The path leading down felt unnaturally long and heavy. And the result? Nod. They said to go up, damn it. The same response as before. According to the usher machine, visitors who finished viewing the exhibition on the basement floor had indeed gone upstairs. Even Baek Sahyeon fell silent. Everyone's thoughts were tangled. Excuse me. Go Yeonjun lowered her head. Do you think maybe there isn't an exit at all? This could just be a place that tricks and torments people, giving them false hope to make their suffering worse. There are so many ghost stories like that. That was true. But not this time. No, there's definitely an exit. I wasn't saying this just because I had read the dark exploration records. Do you remember, before coming in here we were given a brief manual? Though the information had been corrupted and turned into an exhibition invitation, it still applied. An exit record exists because someone succeeded in escaping. That's how this became a registered darkness under Daydream Inc. Go Yeonjun raised her head. You're right, that makes sense. Taking a deep breath, she spoke again, her voice steadier. I'm sorry. In times like this, it's important not to get lost in emotion. There must be a solution. Yes. It might look like a contradiction, but there was something we hadn't figured out yet. Just as we were deep in thought. Hey. Baek Sahyun spoke, looking at me with a peculiar expression. You're dull. Braun? Yeah, what does Braun say? I'm waiting for my brilliant friend's answer. Of course, that wasn't because Baek Sahyun thought Braun could actually speak. He probably asked because he thought I was a lunatic for talking to a little plushie. I get it, you want some unconventional ideas. I deliberately stared at Baek Sahyun before responding. How would a doll talk? Think before you speak, yeah. Baek Sahyun clenched his fist tightly. But throwing out ideas like this isn't a bad thought. Ms. Goral, do you have any ideas? As positively as possible, let's assume there's definitely an exit nearby. Then a secret space, maybe. Go Yeonjun furrowed her brow. Like how attics are sometimes above the top floor, maybe there's another space between the basement and the ground floors. A parking lot, perhaps. There's no record of such a secret space in this exhibition hall, but it's still a possibility. After all, experiencing something firsthand is different from reading about it. Sometimes, even with prior knowledge, things don't match up perfectly. We didn't know the window was actually a terrace door, after all. But I felt the exit would be in a more obvious location. Conceptually, it's strange for an official pathway to be in a secret space. So the exit likely exists in plain sight, but we're failing to notice it due to biases, thought patterns, or cultural factors. Wait a moment. Mr. Roe, dear. I stood up abruptly. Baek Sahyun looked at me in surprise, and Go Yeonjun, unable to turn around due to the candle's effect, glanced downward anxiously. Do you have enough stamina to go up and down the stairs a few more times? What? I think so. Then let's move. I got to my feet. We need to climb to the top floor. We returned to the stairs. We just need to climb, right? Yes. I began climbing, but instead of just walking until the next floor appeared, I started counting. 1 floor. 2 floors. 3 floors. We kept climbing until the stairs simply stopped. Huff. Gasp. I lifted my head. This is the top. We had reached the very top floor of this massive mansion. On our way up, we encountered usher machines 3 times. Each time, Go Yeonjun asked the machines questions, but the answers were always the same. By now, the 2 of them must have been wondering. Why are we climbing when the machines say to go down? The answer lay here on this top floor. Ms. Goral, how many floors do you think we've climbed? What Wait, if I counted correctly. 6 floors, Baek Sahyun said. This is the 6th floor, not the 7th. Exactly. But this mansion was supposed to have 7 floors. This historic mansion is composed of 7 floors above ground and 7,221 floors below ground. This contradicted Braun's explanation. But Braun, being a good friend, wouldn't lie. So if everything is true... I get it now. Did you intentionally lie about the 7th floor? Baek Sahyun started, but I interrupted. Ms. Goral, do you know this? Hey. There were many ghost stories like this. Situations where what seemed logical and clear to one person becomes completely irrational for another due to cultural or environmental differences. It's a kind of ghost story that thrives on the unease created by these disparities. Like when I once identified a clown painting, because I understood the difference between a clown and a Pierrot in that previous darkness exploration. How floors are counted depends on cultural norms. In countries like the US or South Korea, and East Asian countries in general, floor numbering starts from the 1st floor. However, in other cultural contexts, it works differently. That explains why the stairs from the ground floor to the basement seemed unnaturally long. It wasn't just perception. They start counting from the ground floor, or floor 0. The ground floor, as it's often called. So this mansion does have 7 floors above ground, from GF, or 0F to 6F. I looked down the stairs. Now we just need to go back to 1F and ask how to find the way to 0F. And that's exactly what we did. Please guide us to the path leading to F. On the 1st floor, following the path led by the usher machine on 1F, we walked forward and, surprisingly, found a staircase of a completely different design on the opposite side of the main exhibition hall. a massive double spiral staircase. If we descended one of the spirals, we could, of course, end up in the basement exhibition hall, where the bronze glow transitions into brass, just like before. But there was another option. We could stop midway and choose to open a massive door. And so I opened that door. Creak. A grand, elegant space bathed in silver light unfolded before us. It wasn't an exhibition hall. It was the lobby. A floor functioning purely as a lobby, without any exhibits, and therefore not connected to the usual staircases for exhibition halls. This was the elusive 0F. We had finally entered this floor through its most proper passageway. And right in front of us was a stained glass-style glass door. The main entrance. Though the light pouring through obscured the view of the outside, it was unmistakable. We had found the exit at last. We're saved. Hiya. Shouts of relief and deep sighs of exhaustion filled the lobby. And then cheers of joy. Mr. Rowe, dear, your deduction was right. It was right again. Wow, let's get out of here immediately. Truly, I wanted nothing more than to scream and run out in celebration. But I need to find my superiors and leave with them. Then you'll need the candle, won't you? Go Yeonjun, eyeing the dwindling candle wax, quickly made a determined decision. Let's go together and get them quickly. Yes, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Wandering this place alone while searching for my fellow rookies had already drained me completely. Go Yeonjun's choice was exactly what I expected of her character. As for Baek Deoksu, well, his decision was no surprise either. Without hesitation, he made a beeline for the door. Do as you like, I'm outta here. Sure, whatever. I watched Baek Deoksu with an unimpressed look. I'd better observe what happens when someone uses the door, what effects it has, and how it reacts. But then Baek Deoksu hesitated, and slowly stepped away from the entrance. Why? I thought you were leaving. I'll let someone else go first. Good grief. It'd be easier for everyone if he just left. I gave him a slightly disappointed glance and turned my attention elsewhere. Ha ha ha, this is quite the amusing situation, Mr. Rowe, dear. I don't find it amusing, but it's comforting to know that someone does. So now you're heading off to inform your remarkably ordinary superiors about the location of the exit. Exactly. Though remarkably ordinary are exactly the words I'd use for them. How many times have I scoured this mansion by now? My legs were ready to give out, but I needed to move quickly. Wait a moment, are your legs hurting, my friend? Oh, then it's time for me to introduce my newest ability. Huh? A new ability? Yes, thanks to the splendid bath you gifted me, my dear friend, I've rejuvenated myself. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Now take me out of your pocket. His tone was oddly grandiose, yet carried a subtle air of gratitude. I followed his instructions and pulled the stuffed doll from my pocket. Mr. Rowe, dear. Please wait a moment. Precisely, you won't need to wait long. A true performer is always prepared to impress like this. Snap. A dull snapping sound echoed from the doll's fingerless hands. And then, I felt something open within me, as if my chest and mouth had been unlocked. A sense of resonance. It was as though a vast space had formed within me. Why your voice? I fell silent. The vibration of my vocal cords reverberated throughout the entire lobby. Not bad. In my show, no guest needs to raise their voice. Every word will be comfortably and clearly heard by the audience and viewers. That's a mic. Ah, what a wonderfully mainstream way to put it. Mr. Rowe, dear, my dear friend, your words will now reach everyone clearly, as long as they're in the same studio. In this case, the same floor, if you will. Unbelievable. He had actually become more capable. You flatter me. I was amazed. Though, unfortunately, this ability doesn't seem very suitable for the current situation. Pardon. I only needed to call the superiors waiting in the terrace room. If everyone on this floor could hear me instead. Friend. Wait. Is that really a bad thing? Chapter 47. Supervisor Park Min-seong suppressed a sigh as he sat down next to the sofa in the terrace room where he had been hiding. This is taking too long. It had been over 70 minutes since Kim Solium went downstairs with his fellow new hires. Though Solium had mentioned that this amount of time might be needed, he had also left a caveat about what to do if neither he nor the others returned within 2 hours. Don't bother waiting or looking for me. In other words, if things went south, they should just leave him behind. I should have just gone with him. Park Min-seong stifled another sigh. Even though Daydream Inc. thrived on a survival-of-the-fittest philosophy, there were still some squads in the field exploration team with strong camaraderie, and D-Squad happened to be one of them. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, too, was sitting on the sofa, visibly unsettled as she revised a makeshift map of this darkness. Every now and then, she sighed deeply. I was hoping Ro would settle into our squad, even after the rookie period ends. For now, though, making it out of here alive took priority. Feeling slightly glum, Park Min-seong still found some reassurance in one thing. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun approved this, after all. That meant the item was likely as reliable as it seemed. Min-seong had no idea where the rookie had managed to get it, but occasionally there were such cases, people who joined the company after being repeatedly caught up in urban legends or ghost stories. Is he a case like that? Perhaps it was more accurate to call it bad luck. Even in the field exploration team, it was rare for rookies to be deployed into dangerous darknesses like this, maybe once a year if that. Thinking about Kim Solium, who had gone from one high-risk mission, like the theme park, to another, almost brought tears to Min-seong's eyes. At least he's been earning points. Park Min-seong suppressed another sigh and looked toward the terrace door. There stood a figure, completely unbothered, in stark contrast to Min-seong's restless thoughts. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Without the slightest movement, he remained stationed right by the terrace door. He was likely measuring the passage of time, with an unnervingly precise internal clock. Once the countdown ended, he would undoubtedly rise and act according to plan, without hesitation. Min-seong could only hope that the plan didn't involve excluding Kim Solium from the escape attempt due to a lack of survival prospects. No, before that, I just hope Ro comes back. Outside, apart from the occasional scream, there was an unsettling quiet. No footsteps yet. If Ro had finished his task, surely the sound of 3 sets of calm footsteps would be the first thing they heard. Can you hear me? Park Min-seong leapt to his feet. Next to him, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage reflexively did the same. This is an announcement regarding the escape route. There isn't enough time to repeat myself, so please pay attention. It was the voice of the rookie who D-Squad had been waiting for, Kim Solium. The exit is at 0F. Let me repeat. The exit is at 0F. You need to descend the stairs until the bronze glow transitions into brass. It was undoubtedly Ro's voice. Given how extraordinary this rookie had proven to be, it wasn't even surprising if he had found a clever way to broadcast an announcement. But what if it wasn't him? What if something not human was merely imitating Kim Solium? The 2 members of D-Squad exchanged a glance, silently leaving the final decision to the person best equipped to handle this. Their squad leader, who had a reputation for unerring judgment in these situations. Lee Jae-hyun stood by the terrace door, having clearly heard the announcement. He stared blankly into space as if deep in thought. You must use the spiral staircase. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Move out. That concludes the announcement. I finally finished repeating the message for the 6th time, from the 1st to the 6th floor. That should cover all the surface levels. I debated whether to focus only on D-Squad, stationed on the 1st floor, but Ms. Gorel had been adamant. Why, you mean you can do that? Then we have to save as many people as we can. It was such a statement, befitting someone in the medical field. Now, however, it was up to everyone's individual judgment. I deliberately avoided introducing myself or mentioning the company, but I did include a few terms familiar to the field exploration team. Even so, there might be people too suspicious to act. If they encountered an usher machine on the stairs by chance, there was nothing I could do about that either. Still, losing a body part or two was still better than dying here as a human grub. It also helped spread out the machines that might head toward D-Squad. I cleared my throat. Braun seemed to have retracted his energy, as the strange resonance in my throat and lungs faded away. Thanks. Gratitude is always music to my ears. Braun sounded slightly tired but still cheerful. Meanwhile, from the side, a voice filled with irritation broke the moment of appreciation. Why are you wasting points? The more people escape, the fewer points we get individually. Here we go again with this guy's twisted logic. And worse, it's an ignorant statement. Are you stupid? Do you think there aren't veteran employees who will find the exit on their own without our help, even if a rookie like you escapes? There are employees who are so well equipped with items and specialized gear, or just naturally talented, that they'll escape without assistance. Even according to the Dark Exploration records, 7 survivors escaping was already guaranteed, so the individual point distribution wouldn't have been above 1/8 regardless of whether I did this or not. In short, trying to cash in on points from this ghost story wasn't worth it. But instead of explaining all this, I simply smiled faintly. This is the kind of situation where making a good impression ensures work becomes more enjoyable later. Plus, I get to observe different reactions. Baek Deoksu turned his head with an exasperated look. Do you even have a conscience? If he were to reflect on his previous statement, he'd realize that I should be giving him that exact reaction. What a sociopath in this twisted ghost story world. Still worried that Ms. Gorel might have been unsettled, I called out to her. Ms. Gorel. Ms. Gorel. Wait, did you just call me? No way. I think my hearing is starting to go just a bit. I looked at one of her ears, hidden beneath her hair where the opening was now absent. Instead, there was a neatly stitched hollow space. Whatever device had been rented to her as a hearing aid was starting to fail. And in such a short time, too. Of all moments. But I can still hear somewhat, and since there's still plenty of the candle left, I think we can keep moving carefully. Yes. To ensure clearer communication, I gently tapped Ms. Gorel on the shoulder. She flinched slightly, but then resolutely resumed her descent down the stairs. Baek Deoksu quickly spoke up. I should carry the candle, hand it over to me. And what happens if Ms. Gorel accidentally turns around because of that? Baek Deoksu fell silent. We began descending the 6 flights of stairs, tense and alert. Step, step. Only the sound of our footsteps filled the stairwell. It didn't seem like anyone who had heard my broadcast had come out yet. Excuse me, Ms. Gorel called out. Yes. Could she not hear me? Excuse me, are you there? I softly tapped her back. Reluctantly, Baek Deoksu also gave her shoulder a couple of light pats. Ah, thank you. Ms. Gorel, reassured, gripped the candle tightly with both hands and continued descending the stairs. Step, step. The silence stretched on, feeling almost eternal, until we finally reached the first floor. Creak. The sound of usher machines echoed from all around, moving along their paths. One of them passed right by us, dragging a dead human husk along the ground. We'll head to the spiral staircase now. Yes. Ms. Gorel raised her voice. She probably couldn't tell how loud she was speaking anymore due to her deteriorating hearing. It's fine, we're almost there. To react quickly, I kept my ears sharp, walking cautiously but steadily. It wasn't the wrong approach. But the problem with dangers like these is that they sometimes have nothing to do with how prepared you are. For instance, you could be focused on listening for threats, only for an entirely unrelated obstacle to appear. I noticed that the person in front of me had disappeared from view. Looking down, I saw Ms. Gorel's figure falling. At her feet, something shiny was sliding across the ground. A telescopic lens. It had fallen off the corpse the usher machine was dragging, an invisible rental item rolling at just the wrong moment into her path. Thud. I reached out and caught Ms. Gorel. But as her arm hit the ground, the candle flew out of her grasp. No. I reflexively caught the candle and threw it toward Baek Deoksu. But it was too late. The candle went out. Gasp. The usher machine turned to face us. Whoosh. A metallic blade flew toward us. Eek. I rolled to the side. A sharp gasp came from nearby. The usher machine, having set down the corpse it was carrying, raised its gas lamp to illuminate us. It must have confirmed that all of us were behind on our payments. Reevaluating its priorities, the needle-like appendages mounted on the machine's abdomen flew toward us once again. Its target, the nearest eye. Mr. Roe, dear. A familiar voice. Duck. Instinctively, I pushed the heads of my two teammates down and threw myself to the floor. Bang! A deafening metallic clash, and a shower of sparks erupted above our heads. It was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The impossibly strong field exploration team member had ruthlessly deflected the usher machine's needle. Ting! The broken tip of the needle flew through the air and embedded itself in the corridor wall. The usher machine twisted its joints, emitting a strange, grinding noise. What madness! That thing can break. Lee Jae-hyun withdrew his gloved hand. Judging by the force involved, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had fractured something himself. Clutched in his hand, like a set of brass knuckles, was something metallic. The terrace doorknob. An alarm blared in my mind. That item. Exhibition property damage. All disruptions, theft, or property damage occurring within the exhibition hall are subject to immediate action by ushers, with corresponding fines collected. He even broke an usher machine. Even if the exhibition treated this as a civil issue, and only demanded an apology and compensation fees, instead of invoking criminal charges. One thing was certain. The usher machines would now treat this as their top priority. And it wasn't just the one machine in front of us. All the usher machines in this zone would react the same way. Squad leader. Yes. Run. I bolted. GRREK, GRRRK, JJJK, BZZZZT, GRRK, SCRECH. The sound of the damaged usher machine, moving more aggressively than ever, filled the air. Beside me, I could hear my squad mates running like mad. As for the chief lizard, wait, hold on. Squad leader. Yes. Stop fighting and just run. No matter how ridiculously strong you are, there's no way you can destroy every usher machine here. Just imagining the chaos spreading further was overwhelming. Even the dark exploration records had those sections censored. I didn't even want to consider how such events might manifest in real life. Screech. Fuck. We ran straight into another usher machine, blocking the path to the staircase. No, two more. Uurg. I threw myself through the descending needles, feeling a sharp pain shoot through my arm. Even as I ran, my instincts screamed the truth. I'm going to get caught. With human limitations, it was impossible to avoid this. We would be captured and fined before reaching F. A cold chill ran down my back. Is there anything I can do? My breath was ragged. Oxygen deprived, my thoughts became sluggish, giving way to resignation. Maybe I've lasted long enough. My dulled senses split the surrounding sounds into layers. The echo of footsteps rumbled in my ears, as if dozens of people were running. No, wait. It hit me. It wasn't just that the footsteps sounded like many. There actually were more people now. Instead of 2, there were at least 10 or more sets of footsteps. Mr. Roe dear, these must be the folks who took advantage of your excellent broadcast to seize the opportunity. They were field exploration team members. Spectators who had been watching the situation unfold now seemed to be using the chaos as cover to approach the spiral staircase. This unexpected development had an unintended effect. The usher machines became confused, recalculating priorities based on the importance of tasks and proximity to the various individuals. Everywhere, unpaid participants were breaking into sprints, distracting the machines. Hurry up! Taking advantage of the brief window, we clenched our teeth and launched ourselves toward the staircase. Screech! We ran like mad. The unsettling sounds of the machines grew closer behind us. The staircase ended, and a silvery hall spread out before us. The lobby. And the front door. Go. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong were holding the doors open. We sprinted with everything we had. As I stepped onto the threshold of the main entrance, my superiors dove through the exit. I followed, nearly collapsing through the doorway. Breathless, I ran until the glowing doorway of light enveloped me. Who? When I opened my eyes, I saw a clean ceiling lined with fluorescent lights. A modern hallway of moderate width. The corridor on the 31st floor of the company, just outside the meeting room. We de-escaped. Huh? I collapsed onto the floor. I could hear the sound of people rushing out from the conference room, but I had no mental energy or strength left to care. Every ounce of strength had been wrung from my body as I drifted into a dazed state. An alarm rang out. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. Chapter 48. The meeting room was in chaos. 17 people have reportedly returned alive. 17. Are you sure about that number? Could it be a counting error? Yes, the count just went up to 20. Members of the field exploration team, deployed earlier in the day into a high-risk darkness, had suddenly returned in droves. This unexpected turn of events completely paralyzed any immediate response. They said all the case studies were done and that they'd escape in small, sequential groups. What on earth is this? The room was filled with a cacophony of voices, speculations about whether the returning employees were really the ones who had entered, calls for lab testing to confirm their identities, and other theories about what might have gone wrong with their predictions. But as the initial shock faded, a subtle thought began to form in the minds of some, the thrilling possibility of success. Could this result be a remarkable breakthrough? For a few of the key players who had backed this endeavor, similar thoughts emerged. If this survival rate is real, it would mean their bold and calculated investment had paid off. The unexpectedly high success rate was so surprising that it left them momentarily dazed. Should we start shaping public opinion about this achievement? Wait, I should highlight my contributions while this is fresh. However, all the confusion, excitement, and self-congratulations were abruptly extinguished by one critical piece of news. It's B-Class. The first survivor's Dream Essence collector had been evaluated, and the liquid inside was rated B-Class. In other words, the dream of a high survival rate A-Class darkness had vanished. The atmosphere in the meeting room deflated in an instant, sinking into disappointment. Of course, it's too good to be true. Wasn't this jinxed the moment people started hyping it as A-Class? Still, hey, isn't a B-Class darkness with this kind of survival rate pretty rare? What do you think, Section Chief Quack? Quack Yikeng, a researcher hurriedly called in, gave a faint smile. Indeed, Tilda, it's an impressive result. No, it wasn't just impressive, it was staggering. Did these people even understand the survival rates associated with each grade? They didn't seem to grasp how extraordinary this situation was. That's why none of them were foaming at the mouth, eager to analyze the exploration data right away. Wow, Tilda, incredible. Seeing them exchange platitudes and self-consoling remarks like, we just had bad luck, or our judgment was still correct, amused Quack Yikeng. Did they really think this was a situation that warranted consolation? Do these people have any sense of reality at all? The average civilian survival rate for B-Class darknesses was below 2%. Deploying a large number of employees into such a situation without proper manuals or preparation had been a reckless gamble. And now, instead of marveling at the mind-boggling results, they were busy oscillating between disappointment and self-praise. This, despite the fact that the expert consultation they relied on had been nothing more than hastily adopted advice from a single research manager who catered to their biases. The reason for this recklessness was obvious. Because they wanted to do it. While Quack Yikeng was personally thrilled at the prospect of analyzing such fascinating results, he found it astonishing that the company managed to function at all with higher-ups like these in its development division. Quack felt a twinge of regret. The longer this company survived, the more opportunities he'd have to study these captivating paranormal phenomena. But the way the so-called Innovation Development Strategy Office operated posed a clear risk to the company's future. Sure, family-owned companies often lacked structure, but this was a mess. I'd heard rumors, but could it really be that everyone close to the owner is like this? Of course, not everyone in the room was like that. Quack Yikeng's eyes darted briefly to someone seated a bit apart from the rest. This individual hadn't been present at the last meeting. That's one of Director Ho's people. That person had shown up under the pretext of having a passing interest in this agenda item and asked to join briefly. Even though the development department's higher-ups were known to meddle in the field exploration team's affairs, this was still unusual. What stood out even more was how openly the individual was receiving updates about the situation via remote communication with their team. Apparently, one employee played a major role in the large-scale escape. Pardon? The air in the room shifted, not toward eagerness but to apprehension and tension. But the next statement left everyone in shock. It was a new hire. He reportedly broadcasted the escape method to all the employees. We need to investigate the details of how he managed it. Some people are already asking questions about it. It was Director Ho. The strategy office's people exchanged glances, muttering half-heartedly. Ah, yes, we'll transmit the detailed exploration report as soon as it's available. That's right. Usually after field exploration, people are so out of it they babble nonsense for a while. Still, they wouldn't just make up something out of thin air, would they? Well, which brings us to the matter at hand. The representative from Director Ho's side interrupted the conversation. They're curious about what decision the Innovation Development Strategy Division will make. Regarding the employee's reward, that is. Congratulations, Supervisor Kim. What? I almost choked on my iced Americano while lying on a cot in the medical bay. After hearing the heartwarming words, "Our Macne one, you worked hard, so just rest," I had undergone a basic physical examination and had been dozing off for hours. I thought I'd only hear more about this exploration when I came to work tomorrow. Supervisor. Oh, you heard me right, Supervisor Kim. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage grinned. You're getting promoted. Fastest record in the history of the company's field exploration team. Note S. One Macne equals youngest newest member right arrow curving left. Honestly, I knew this would happen. Guess our row won't need to speak formally to me anymore. Hey, if we wait until you're employed for 6 months here, you and I'll be able to talk on equal terms too, huh? What is this? This isn't some mom-and-pop store. How is someone getting promoted to assistant manager after just a couple of months? This has to be an internal rumor, right? I tried asking politely, but the answer was firm. No, you absolutely deserve it. Do you know how many employees you saved this time? Assistant Manager Yoon Hage crossed her arms. 26 people, including yourself. The row of those, 17 escaped directly after hearing your broadcast. When you count the ones who came out late after confirming others were escaping, it's safe to say you saved them all. She added that even some civilian participants had made it out. Do you realize how rare a record like this is? It's something that might happen once every few years. Honestly, a promotion doesn't feel enough. Exactly. Let's dig into this after the squad leader comes back from the meeting tomorrow. They're bound to give you something extra. Their excitement on my behalf was heartwarming, but I was still in shock. A promotion. A promotion at a major corporation after just 60 days of work. My modern heart raced with unease. Brace yourself, special promotions are announced quickly. And indeed, it was true. The very next day, I saw the promotion notice on the company intranet. Special promotion announcement. Sure enough, the name Kim Solium was listed there. Boo was. My phone vibrated incessantly. Apparently, congratulatory messages were pouring in. Wait a second. This feels like they're handling this quickly to minimize internal resistance. The field exploration team is still made up of humans. Naturally, if you save someone's life, they feel a sense of gratitude or emotional impact. In that sense, the 35 people I'd helped would likely feel at least some level of appreciation toward me, which would reduce opposition to the promotion. It was clear from the timing of the announcement that they wanted to capitalize on that goodwill. No, but why? Why were they pushing my promotion so aggressively? How much more do they plan to wring out of me? Wasn't it enough that I was already dealing with newly registered ghost stories without manuals? As the thought of increasingly harrowing assignments loomed over me, I reached out to an elite senior from another squad. Are you stupid? Not getting promoted would have been stranger. Zaya. Even the manual revision officer came looking for you after hearing about your performance. With results like that, of course you'd attract attention from higher-ups. Jin Nassau, A-Squad's assistant manager, clicked her tongue. If only we'd grabbed you when we had an opening in our squad. What a waste. Anyway, congratulations. It was bound to happen. Thank you, I guess. I hung up, feeling strangely hollow, and leaned back in my office chair, trying to process everything. Right. No point in denying it. I had reached this stage. Am I an elite employee? A notable figure, destined to be listed in the dark exploration records. The kind of character that certain hardcore creators of the lore might want to kill off just to maintain the gritty atmosphere of the universe, but who ends up sticking around because of growing popularity on video platforms like WeTube. Maybe. Is this what people call a Mary Sue character? How did it come to this? Then again, maybe it was inevitable. To be honest, having read through the entire Dark Exploration records was basically a cheat. I did my best to keep it subtle, given the life-or-death circumstances. But here's the real kicker. What happens if they figure out I'm actually a coward? Hoping this would just end with a reassignment to the round-off team was overly optimistic. There was no telling how far the repercussions might spread. If someone started asking, how did someone so cowardly get such good results? Then what's next for me were interrogations and experiments. I could already picture a future where I'd be dragged off to the research team the moment they discovered I was from a parallel dimension. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. And no, that can never happen. I stood up, grabbed some coffee, and took a lap around the break room. The caffeine cleared my head a little. Right. If I can't avoid it, I just need to maximize my survival rate in this place. If I was already under scrutiny, the best way to avoid unnecessary attention might be to keep delivering performances that justified it. I need to make them believe I'm naturally this competent and exceptional. It's not like there aren't employees like that. Take squad leader Lizard or assistant manager Butterfly Mask, for example. They're categorized as standouts, and that's it. Even if it meant a higher probability of being assigned to more dangerous ghost stories, well, maybe it wasn't all bad. If I was treated as high-value personnel, I might be sent to fewer outright lethal missions. And I could rack up points faster, too. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a reasonable strategy to escape this world quickly. But to achieve that, there was a critical first step. I need to do some serious work on my character build. I had to come across as a competent and exceptional unit, naturally enough to avoid suspicion. Like when I'd acted like a lunatic in front of Baek Deoksu, walking the line carefully. And for that, I need more cards to play into this character. I looked up. Hovering above me was something that had been there ever since escaping the exhibition hall. Dark Exploration Records real merch box. New merch unlocked. It was one of the merch I'd purchased at the pop-up store. I'd been putting off opening it, waiting until I felt rested and my judgment was clear. It was time. I had no idea what requirement I had fulfilled in the exhibition to unlock it, but I reached for the glowing black notepad and lightly touched it, stretching as I did. Click. A clear sound accompanied the small, lightweight object, still in its plastic packaging, as it fell into my hand. Shining silver, it was shaped like a small shield with the word, Charge, embossed in elegant calligraphy. It's a badge. I understood immediately. The condition I'd fulfilled was good deeds. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. /items. Silver Heart. The wearer earns the reverence of others proportional to their cumulative altruistic actions. Strongly influenced by the creator's belief that it is socially most efficient for altruistic individuals to gain power. Item usage qualification, S, must have saved 12 or more lives in a supernatural disaster. This so-called badge of character. It was an item produced and distributed by the Disaster Management Bureau. It had exploded in popularity after a legendary performance in the exploration records of a sealed ghost story involving a train explosion. Its unique properties were part of what made it stand out. As the description suggests, it was an item exclusively for good people. It allowed altruists to wield influence within a group. The fact that I now qualify for this is overwhelming. It felt like too much responsibility. While this item was generally used in heartwarming ways, there was that one time it led to a catastrophic disaster of utterly insane proportions. That's how it always goes with creepypasta universes. Whenever enough goodwill accumulates, something horrifying inevitably slips in to raise the stakes. In the past, there were records of this badge being distributed to exceptionally kind civilians, but over time, it became strictly regulated and only loaned to government employees under tight rules. I remember watching the wiki updates happen in real time. What does this mean? It means that at this point, no one would ever predict a Daydream Inc. employee using the silver heart, which is why I can actually use it. I'm not sure how many more good deeds I'll manage with everything I've got on my plate, but at least I should benefit from the badge's base effect, right? If it gives my colleagues the impression of, this person's pretty remarkable, it'll make it much easier to come across as a capable employee. All right, let's make good use of this. Apparently, the universe doesn't just want me dead. I carefully tucked the silver heart badge into my pocket and left the break room with a lighter heart. As soon as I stepped out, I was greeted with news of additional rewards for the recent exploration. Ro, it's not officially announced yet, but they're giving you a bonus reward too. Man, it's a shame you're surprised about something you so obviously deserve. Exactly, do they think B-class zones are playgrounds for kids? People step in there and die instantly. What do they think this is, a joke? Oh, thanks, I guess. But the bonus reward's pretty decent, so that's something. Pretty decent. That's high praise coming from Assistant Manager Yoon. Judging by the hint of admiration on her face, it must be something special. What is it? A regeneration potion. Don't just stand there. I bet the name alone doesn't mean much to you, huh? It absolutely did. It's too famous for anyone not to know it. This wasn't just some standard health potion you'd get from the medical bay. One of Daydream Inc.'s signature products, a magic potion. The Miracle Cure. == Dark Exploration Records / Daydream Inc. / items. Regeneration Potion. A magical potion that regenerates all physical injuries. The higher the grade, the more powerful it is, with a deep green hue. == Simply put, it can regrow body parts, and this one's C grade. Even if you lose a limb, it'll regenerate just fine. Not even the exclusive equipment for section chiefs has this kind of ability. This is a company specialty. Its point value? About 10,000. Assistant Manager Yoon grinned and gave me a pat on the back. You'll find it handy someday. Our line of work is dangerous, after all. Isn't it great to know you can get your arms, legs, eyes, or nose back if you lose them? Honestly, ma'am, you didn't have to put it quite like that. And one more thing, it might be disappointing or it might be good news. Wanna hear? Yes. You're not the only one getting it. Solium SSI. Hello. I waved to Go Yeonjun, who had called out to me. Baek Sahyun was sitting next to her. The company had gathered the three of us for a photo op as part of the bonus reward ceremony. It was the first time I'd seen them since the escape. You'd think Baek Sahyun and I would see each other all the time, being roommates, right? But lately, he's been holed up in his room. Thanks to that, I've been enjoying the living room TV with Braun in peace. Have you been resting well? Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. How about you, Go Yeonjun SSI? As I spoke, I realized something. Go Yeonjun was focusing intently on my lips, trying to read them as I spoke. My hearing hasn't returned yet. As expected. At least the rental auditory device she'd been using automatically deactivated upon leaving the exhibition, so there was no worry about exhibition staff chasing after her. And in her hands was the bonus reward the company had just given her. When she opened the ornate box, adorned with gold embossing and mural-like decorations, it revealed a beautifully wax-sealed glass bottle. Inside the glass, the light green liquid shimmered like new spring leaves. Daydream Potion. Regeneration. C. Excellent. It was a C-grade regeneration potion. Go Yeonjun held the glass bottle aloft, her eyes filled with a mix of hope, uncertainty, and anticipation. Well then, I'll go ahead and try it right now. Please do. Go Yeonjun opened the regeneration potion and downed it in one go. Chapter 49. The green magical potion slipped into Go Yeonjun's mouth. Gulp, gulp. When the liquid was gone, and the glass bottle was completely empty. Go Yeonjun lowered the bottle. Eyes wide open, she brought both hands to her ears, and trembling within her palms. As if new flesh was sprouting over an injury, round lumps of flesh began growing where her ears had been torn away. In an instant, they started taking shape. The helix, tragus, and earlobes all formed distinct structures around the cartilage, and then they became whole again. Wow. Goodness. Go Yeonjun SSI. Yes, oh, I can actually hear. Go Yeonjun exclaimed in disbelief as she touched her newly grown ears, then opened her smartphone's camera app to inspect them. As expected, they looked identical to her original ears. Does it hurt or feel uncomfortable? Not at all. It just itched for a moment, but then it was fine actually. It feels like my hearing is even better than before. It was truly a wonderful thing. Really, it was astonishing and awe-inspiring, something to be deeply grateful for, but this could lead to more reckless decisions. In this company, if a high-grade darkness was confirmed to involve unavoidable severe physical injuries, low-class regeneration potions were sometimes issued as standard equipment. And once people get used to that, employees would gradually begin to feel indifferent about losing parts of their bodies. It's hard the first time, but after the second it gets easier. Is that really a good thing? I glanced to the side with a strange feeling. Baek Deoksu was staring somberly into the ornate box containing his regeneration potion. With one eye. Pardon, Baek Deoksu SSI. Go Yeonjun hesitated before speaking cautiously. Losing vision in one eye has a bigger impact than you'd think. Depth perception, field of view, even balance are affected. It might be better to use it and regenerate your eye, even if it feels wasteful. Mind your own business. Go Yeonjun almost showed a "what's with this guy" expression, but chose to let it go, perhaps reassured by the return of her ears. After some hesitation, I added, given the risks of our work, there's always the chance of more injuries later. Saving it for emergencies isn't a bad idea either. Oh, that's true. Baek Deoksu suddenly trembled slightly as he stared intently at the box. Hey, why did he suddenly look like he was debating, should I just use it now, after I backed him up? Anyway, I ignored him and carefully stashed my own box. My heart beat a little faster. It was my first time seeing such a famous, powerful, and non-threatening symbolic item in person. The symbol of Daydream Inc. The magical potion. I better keep this safe. At that moment, excuse me, Solium SSI. Yes, I meant to say this earlier, but I wanted to formally thank you. Go Yeonjun looked at me and bowed slightly. Truly, thank you. For fighting that machine alone to let us escape. Go Yeonjun SSI, you weren't in immediate danger back then. Her ears had already been taken, so there was no more fee to pay. Honestly, the only person I really saved was Baek Deoksu. And that ungrateful punk hasn't even said a single word of gratitude. What a piece of work, this punk. However, Go Yeonjun firmly shook her head. No, you came back to save us afterward, didn't you? Even lying that the candle was ours to protect us. No matter how I think about it, you didn't need to do that. You could have just stayed with the D-Squad. Yeah, but actually, if I gave the candle to those guys with nerves of steel instead. What, was the situation secure now? Okay, then let's test this and test that, put it through the manual revision process and farm some points. Just imagining the chaos they would cause made me feel like I'd collapse from a heart attack. I didn't wander around that insane exhibition to find the two of you for no reason. There was something even scarier behind me that drove me to act. And if I can save someone, it's right to do so. I simply did what I could. So I just shook my head. That's something anyone would have done. Are you serious? It doesn't seem that way. If anything, considering your contributions, both of you deserve promotions as well. I feel a bit guilty being the only one promoted. Go Yeonjun frowned. And no, I don't really want to be promoted just yet. Oh, but Solium SSI, you do a great job, though. Suddenly, I felt like I might cry. But why do you think we should be promoted? You do remember that all the items at the exhibition came out of your pockets, right? Go Yeonjun looked at me with an expression that seemed somewhat pitying. In a corporate environment, if you seem too nice, people might take you lightly, so maybe you don't always have to be so kind to others. Yes, it really felt like she was overestimating me thanks to the savior effect. But remembering the silver heart badge, I simply lowered my head. Be kind. Thank you for the advice. Baek Deoksu, looking utterly incredulous, alternated his gaze between me and Go Yeonjun before clamping his mouth shut. Then without a word, he stood up and left. Well, let's just leave him be. I exchanged polite goodbyes with Go Yeonjun and turned around, deep in thought. When should I start wearing the silver heart badge? Should I only use it during missions? As I rolled the badge around in my pocket with my fingers, planning things out, a now familiar silhouette appeared at the end of the hallway. A white lizard head. Squad leader, Kim Solium SSI. It seemed the squad leader had been talking with the team leader while I was receiving my award. By now, even those vertical pupils were starting to feel somewhat familiar. Is this the savior effect too? I momentarily recalled the lizard's brutal knuckle strikes that had split the usher machine's needle in two and fell silent. Then the lizard's vertical pupils shifted toward the empty regeneration potion bottle and its box. Did you use it? Pardon, oh, it wasn't mine. My colleague here, Go Yeonjun SSI, used it. Hello, sir, it's nice to meet you. I'm Go Yeonjun. Go Yeonjun bowed her head politely to the unfamiliar lizard, or rather, the squad leader from another team. The lizard regarded her with unblinking eyes. I have a question. Why, yes. Are you the owner of the escape item? Pardon. 3 days ago, in the B-class darkness with the exhibition format, did you possess the cognitive interference item shaped like a candle? Oh, something like that. Yes, that's correct. Go Yeonjun glanced at me, quickly grasping the situation, and trailed off her sentence. But she didn't outright deny it, showing some situational awareness. Still, she probably felt it was time to make a swift exit. Well then, I'll be going now. With that polite farewell, she quietly slipped away in the opposite direction down the hallway. Good judgment. Relieved, I took a water bottle out of my bag and drank a sip. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Refrain from repeated lies. I nearly spit the water out through my nose. The more you repeat them, the less effective they become. When did he catch on? For now, I just lowered my head immediately. I apologize. Yes. I thought it would be difficult to persuade anyone to use valuable escape time, unless it seemed like my colleague had an escape item. Yes. Though his responses were curt, it was as though he was angry. His voice is calm. This is just how he is, not a human but a lizard. I cautiously glanced up. To my surprise, the lizard was slightly smiling. All humans lie. What matters is the intent and the outcome of the act. It sounded almost philosophical. Does this mean my lie was fine because my intentions were good and the results turned out well? Oh, whatever. I'll be more careful next time. Yes. And with that, the conversation ended. Squad leader Lizard returned to his usual emotionless, reptilian demeanor with vertical pupils. I already thought his personality felt somewhat removed from ordinary people. Now I felt it even more deeply, though not in a bad way. I picked up the regeneration potion box I'd received as a reward from the chair. Friend, is your work all finished? Right then, Braun spoke from my pocket. At work, we'd agreed to avoid idle chatter to keep anyone from realizing I carried a good friend. But, since the timing was right, I figured I'd ask. I discreetly let the plush doll peek out of my pocket. Braun, the employee standing next to me right now. Ah, you mean your tall supervisor, the handsome one, right? Yeah, what does he look like to you? Who? A short pause, as if inspecting closely. Eyes, nose, mouth, and hearing organs all perfectly intact. As a lizard. Lizard? Haha, Mr. Rowe, dear, you're quite cheeky. Who are you trying to tease? Calling someone a lizard, really? Even Braun doesn't see him as a lizard. Could it be I'm the only one who sees him as one? Kim Solium SSI. Yes, squad leader. I resolved once again, never utter the lizard part of Chief Lizard out loud. Let's go. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun began walking toward the elevator. Feigning composure, I followed him and asked, should I return to the office? No. Then where are we going? We're heading to a restricted area accessible only to supervisors and above. I'll explain how to use it. It's here. In this company, the higher an employee's rank, the more privileges they gain. These privileges include benefits, capabilities, and even access to specific locations. Now that you've been promoted to supervisor, Kim Solium SSI, you are authorized to use 3 additional facilities. Standing in front of an annex, I accepted a folder of documents from squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. 1 security team rentals warehouse. 2 annex, 2 free equipment customizations per year. 3 Fox counseling office. From now on, you can withdraw equipment from the security team rentals warehouse. You can also customize exclusive equipment in the annex using Twilight-class darkness without having to be escorted by a superior. And if necessary, register for sessions at the Fox counseling office. I was already aware of these benefits, and I also recognized some of the newly unlocked spaces from the dark exploration records. A mix of satisfaction and thrill washed over me. And anticipation. There are more ways to survive in this insane world now. But everything comes with its drawbacks. Better treatment implies greater expectations from employees. And in this company, danger. In a corporation that deals with ghost stories, areas accessible only to high-ranking staff often imply risks that civilians cannot handle. Just like this. Additionally, supervisors in the field exploration team are assigned one specific darkness to manage. Exactly. Aside from my squad responsibilities, I now had to directly manage a ghost story myself. Although management is generally done collectively by a squad, the primary responsibility falls on the individual employee. Delegating responsibility to field workers. How very corporate. It's like getting a taste of familiar 21st century workplace dynamics. According to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, the longer your tenure and the higher your rank, the more darkness you are assigned, and the more dangerous it becomes. Fortunately, I was still a rookie. Since you've been promoted to supervisor in under a year of service, you'll be assigned an F-class darkness. Manage it according to the schedule, and register any anomalies in the inspection report. Yes, sir. It wasn't a situation where complaining would help, so instead of wasting energy whining, I decided to conserve my strength and pray for something meaningful. Please assign me a normal low-grade darkness. If it turns into some quiz show horror scenario, I might as well quit and start preparing for the Disaster Management Bureau exam. Then I heard something surprising. I get to choose. Yes. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun said he would present a few candidates, and I could pick from them. Is that how it usually works? No. The lizard stared at me intently. It's my discretion. So he was using his authority to give me some flexibility in choosing. This lizard. Thank you so much for your consideration, but may I ask why you're doing this for me? It's a reward. Pardon? It's a reward for finding the correct escape route in a B-class ghost story and guiding D-Squad to return unharmed. But squad leader, you also saved my life from the usher machine. That's a matter of responsibility. The lizard spoke matter-of-factly. A squad leader is obligated to protect their squad members to the best of their ability. Wow, a genuinely good boss, right? I was almost moved. If I were a fresh graduate just starting out, I might have postponed my resignation plans for at least a month. No wonder Assistant Manager Yoon Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong always try to speak well of our squad leader, even when they seem exasperated. Even I felt a vague sense of wanting to do my best under this leadership. Still, thank you. Yes. After bowing my head slightly, I followed the lizard to the isolation chamber for the F-class darkness. It wasn't a scenario I had anticipated, but it was shaping up to be a very favorable one. If I handle this well, it might even turn out to be a win. The Dark Exploration Records was an open-source wiki. What did that mean? It meant that since various creators contributed while adhering to the rules, the grading criteria for darkness could vary slightly depending on the source. Even within the F-class category, there can be items with incredible potential. As long as you know the correct way to handle them, that is. And through the Dark Exploration Records, I already knew how to handle these. If the darkness in front of me was one of those documented in the records. These are the 3 F-class darknesses. I looked up. Before me were 3 objects. An old teddy bear. 2 black cards. A model airplane. I know all 3. Jackpot. Ah, what a shabby and unsightly doll. Braun muttered in a tone that hinted at some displeasure. Was the influence of the good friend causing him to be wary of the doll? Well, the time has come to make your choice, Mr. Roe dear. I hesitated briefly, considering my options. Then I reached out my hand. Sir, I will take responsibility for this darkness. Chapter 50. Rose Beck. Yeah, did you get your regeneration potion safely? Yes. As I returned to the office, I greeted my superiors who had already finished their lunch and were lounging around. However, their expressions stiffened as they noticed the translucent, reinforced plastic box in my hands. They immediately sat up straight. Wait, is that your assigned darkness, Ro? Yes, that's correct. I lifted the transport box to show its contents. Inside, 2 black cards clicked softly. It was the F-class darkness I had chosen. == Dark Exploration Record / Ghost Story. The Dilemma. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification code QTURWF 2073. 2 plain black cards, 60 wide and 110 tall. When the owner flips these cards at midnight, images appear on the front. These images are randomly chosen themes from the major arcanas of tarot. Events depicted on the cards will come true in the future. == Although it was a low-grade darkness, small and portable enough to be managed by a single employee. It was, in fact, the most dangerous and unpredictable of the 3 options I had been given. Because it dealt with the future. My superiors, recognizing this, wore grave expressions. That's a bit harsh for a rookie. Exactly, don't they usually assign something easier? When I was a rookie, I got a radio. You saw it on your first day too, didn't you, Ro? That one ended up being downgraded to Twilight class even. That radio. So it was managed by Supervisor Park, huh? No wonder it was left so openly in the office. Supervisor Park spoke with some concern. Maybe they have high expectations because you're doing so well, Ro. Oh, squad leader. Chief Lizard, who had just entered the office, turned his head at the sound of his name. You mentioned letting Ro choose his darkness directly. When was that supposed to happen? Has it already happened? 20 minutes ago. It was chosen 20 minutes ago. My superiors turned to me. Ro? Yes. You picked that from the options the squad leader gave you. Yes. I nodded without expression. They're offering overtime pay. This darkness requires regular nighttime management, you see. My 2 superiors exchanged wistful looks. Oh, I see. That's so you, Ro. And just like that, they regained their calm. Where is my reputation even-headed? Should I be happy that my character profile is developing so successfully? Sniffle. Holding back tears, I turned on my computer. Are you registering it now? Yes, I'm entering my employee ID. On the intranet, I navigated to the unassigned darkness list, found the code for my darkness, and registered it under my account. Done. QTURWF 2073, Kim Solium, Supervisor. And with that, I officially had my own assigned darkness. Even if it's F-class, it's still a supernatural phenomenon. Be careful when managing it. Yes. I read through the management instructions for the darkness. It was exactly what I already knew about this ghost story. Flip the cards at midnight once a month. A few days later at midnight. I was working a night shift at the company annex. You're working hard. The staff member at the desk, dressed entirely in pitch-black clothing, nodded slightly and unlocked the hallway for me. Following the path, I reached the designated door and opened it. Well, here it is. 2 black cards lay before me, my task for the night. Carefully, I stepped into the room, closed the heavy metal door behind me, and approached the card storage case. I retrieved the dilemma and placed the cards face down on the circular table provided in the room. Are you doing a reading? Occult verification was always a favorite on talk shows. Now, Mr. Rodeer, why don't you take a peek at the future? This was slightly different. It's not about seeing the future. It's about making a choice. == Interpretation. A pair of mystical tarot cards that reveal their symbols when flipped. After viewing both cards, the user shall choose one, and an event matching the chosen symbol will occur in the near future. However, the event must be something plausible within the user's everyday life. Winning the lottery, for example, cannot be done. == That's right. These cards allow the user to choose between two possible near-future events. Of course, it's not always a good thing. I reached out and flipped the two cards on the table. As if by magic, elaborate illustrations appeared. The devil, the moon. Damn. Just like that. Oh dear, neither of these is traditionally considered a particularly positive symbol. Well, depending on the context, they don't necessarily have entirely negative meanings either, but overall, they do lean that way. In other words, when both options are bad, all you're doing is picking which unfortunate event to add to your life. Considering that over half of the tarot deck can be interpreted ambiguously or negatively, the odds of this happening were at least 1 in 4. But, have you decided which one to choose? Yes. I was going to do this a little differently. I moved around to the opposite side of the table. This way, naturally. From the opposite side, the cards appeared upside down. If I picked up a card in this position. Oh, reversed orientation. I looked at the card I had drawn, now upside down. They say you should never do this during a proper reading. As expected of an F-class darkness, its power wasn't overwhelming, and it had plenty of loopholes that allowed for tricks like this. Even if the trick fails, it usually just reverts back to being a plain black card. So I decided to give it a shot, and it seemed to have worked out. Now the card I chose was the moon, the symbol of confusion. I stared at the reversed moon card, with a pale yellow full moon hanging upside down. The moon typically represents mystery and uncertainty. In the absence of the sun, vague shapes and doubts grow under the moonlight, eventually giving way to madness. However, reversed, it suggests the opposite, doesn't it? So something becomes clear. Quite promising, the resolution of uncertainty. Doesn't that bring peace of mind? Agreed. In this insane world of ghost stories where it's hard to see even a step ahead, anything certain is welcome. Is that the end? That's it. I carefully placed the cards back where they belonged. Readings were done only once per month. This means the event will happen sometime this month. While the scope of events is clearly limited to everyday occurrences, my everyday involves working at a ghost story company. In that sense, it might actually be quite helpful for survival. Even if it's not, locking in at least one slightly positive outcome for the future isn't a bad thing. Having an assigned ghost story that's more of an asset than a burden isn't so bad. I decided not to get too greedy. Thud. A sound came from outside. This was the annex. It's where relatively safe darknesses were stored, mostly Twilight class, occasionally F class as well. But in the end, they're all still ghost stories. Thud. Occasionally. Very occasionally, if a management failure results in an unexpected incident, people can die. Easily. I stood in front of the iron door. How far away is that sound coming from? Should I wait here or? BOOM. I immediately opened the heavy iron door and ran. It definitely sounded like something had exploded. The odds of survival are higher if I run out of here rather than being trapped inside. I sprinted toward the entrance, intending to escape through the main door, but the floor was already partially destroyed. Oh dear, what a mess this is. A flood of wild possibilities raced through my mind. But then I saw someone standing in the middle of the broken lobby floor, their foot firmly pinning down something shattered. It was the black-clad staff member from the front desk. Judging by their stance and the way they seemed to have subdued the darkness, they must be a security team member. The situation already seemed resolved. The sounds I had heard earlier must have been the noise created, while the security team handled the situation. So they don't just let anyone sit at the annex front desk. I hesitated, then spoke from about 4 meters away. Is there anything I can help with? The black-clad staff member shook their head. Thank goodness. I'd better get out of here quickly. Well then, I'll be on my way. The staff member looked at me briefly, then reached over to the desk and picked up something. A post-it note. Have a good evening. So they're surprisingly sociable, huh? Thank you. I bowed politely. The entirely black-clad desk worker gave me a slight nod in return and stepped back to sit down at their desk. The shattered fragments of what appeared to be the medium of the darkness, likely some kind of glass, sparkled on the broken floor. In the reflection of the shards, I briefly noticed the shadow of the staff member's leg twist unnaturally, making their foot appear like a cloven hoof, and then return to a normal human form. Phew. Let's not dwell on it. Avoiding eye contact with anything, I exited the annex. This is just unbelievable. These bizarre incidents feel so routine. I guess fixing one positive daily event into my life was a good call. Life was tough and exhausting, but it felt like I was managing to navigate through it somehow, and that gave me a bit of comfort. Come to think of it, I once communicated in writing just like that desk staff did. Have a nice day. It was during a face-to-face transaction on a second-hand market where I sold cursed food for 40 million won. I even communicated in writing to hide my voice back then. I'd sold the churros given to me by the Blue Dragon mascot from that theme park. I still have one more bag of those churros. I don't plan to sell them unless absolutely necessary, but, I realized that I actually have quite a few food-related items in my possession. My inventory wasn't bad. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to sell one or two and turn them into cash. If someone's still looking for them, that is. Since the thought struck me, I decided to check Salmon Market. To my surprise, another post had been uploaded. Buying food from paranormal phenomena. For research purposes, strong preference for food originating from fracture-sanctioned phenomena, according to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's classification. 40. This guy doesn't get tired of trying, huh? Lol at this point, getting scammed is on this RTRD writ. If they've already used the previous churros for research. I sent a message. Blue friend, hello sir, I've secured more food. Would you be interested by any chance? And so 2 days later on the weekend. Once again, I found myself waiting for a second-hand market transaction partner at exit 5 of Gwanghwamun Station. Trust really is important in business, huh? Because I had met their expectations last time, this time they set up a meeting with no fuss or unnecessary questions. In fact, they were already waiting for me at the exit. Like last time, they were dressed in dark clothing, complete with a hat and mask. I recognized them by the drink box they were holding. Well, I was dressed similarly, so I couldn't exactly judge. Hello? I opened my notepad again and showed the greeting message. The buyer, seemingly expecting it, didn't appear surprised. Here is the item I prepared. Inside the box I handed over were 2 cookies from the Alice picnic set. Why did I choose these? Simple. The expiration date's coming up. Like most snacks, these cookies had a shelf life. Because they were items that diminished or exaggerated effects based on usage, they weren't often needed, so I still had several left. However, since the drink from the Tuesday quiz show had been such a life-saving item, I couldn't bring myself to part with it. Instead, I opted to let go of the cookies. Cookies are harder to use anyway. It seemed like a waste to just let them expire without being used. Using expired items, I didn't even want to imagine what could happen. Anyway, I presented the item and waited for the buyer's reaction. The buyer, just like last time, ran a gloved hand over the box before shaking their head slightly. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. As expected. It didn't seem like it would meet their fracture-sanctioned standards. Mass-produced items like this have relatively low risk and feel more passive, so they're different from the bizarre objects directly retrieved from high-grade ghost stories. A bit disappointing, but oh well. Still, it was worth trying to negotiate. In that case, I'll purchase them for half the original price each. Thank you for the smooth transaction. If this person finds out about the existence of the alien shop, would they be so upset they'd try to kill me? Just in case, I decided to lay some groundwork. Hastily, I scribbled something in the notebook. Thank you, I really needed the money. These don't seem as dangerous as other foods, but since the expiration date is close, I suggest conducting your research soon. I'll add a couple more for you. I then slipped a small packet with 1 or 2 extra cookies into the bag. Think of it as a bonus. This was a trust-building move to encourage continued transactions. It was supposed to be for negotiations, but it came in handy here. At this point, I felt like I was an exceptionally considerate second-hand seller. In a ghost story world, even more so. As I was about to leave, holding the cash-filled drink box handed to me by the buyer, their voice called out to me. Excuse me. How do you acquire things like this? I'm afraid I can't tell you. My apologies. That should suffice. It's a platform for trading supernatural items. Everyone has their stories. Better to let their imagination fill in the blanks. The alien shop is one of those places where, unless you've seen the ad for it yourself, it just redirects to a non-existent page. I was preparing to bolt if they pressed further, but instead, the buyer pulled a pen from their pocket and wrote something on my notebook. If you ever find yourself in danger, contact this number. Then buy. The buyer left and I looked at the note. 1717 82 82 42. This is a government number. It was a direct emergency assistance hotline for the Disaster Management Bureau. In short, the ghost story equivalent of 911. So they were connected to the government. No wonder they used the terminology commonly associated with the Bureau. I shrugged and carefully secured the cash and the notepad. Daydream Inc., being the awful mega-conglomerate that it was, had a notoriously bad relationship with the government. As an employee of such a company, there was no way I'd ever need to call that number. Definitely not. Yup, Noah. And yet, that very evening, when I returned to the company dorm,